Unexpected sound in the furniture area. Right. Uh, what is it called? Oh, hello. Hey. Here. Thank you. Sorry, I'm not really able to look up onto that side of the screen so much at the moment. I'm flipping between so many sources at the moment. Right. And right, let's get my voice back up. I'm also listening to BBC Parliament, so that's why I'm able to keep up with the debate. Ooh, oh, that's better. It is, yes. Right then, where's my bloody water gone? Yeah, sorry. It's my gating on my mic is a little out for my keyboard, probably because I've moved the mic closer to me. But yeah, I'm using gating to try and keep the background noise out as much as possible. I'll move the mic part out a bit. That should hopefully help. Problem is, I'm a bit of a thumpy typer, so that doesn't need anything either. Unfortunately, it's the BBC, and they tend to get a bit. Yeah, they get a bit hot in their copyright claims, which is annoying. Hmm. Oh, man. Interesting. Michael Tomlinson, Mid Dorset and North Pool. He's the MP right next to Letwin. Anyway. Okay, where's my voice meter gone? It's disappeared. Oh, hi, Danny. I am. Oh, well, I was a very committed Lib Dem. It does feel very much like the party's left me behind the past week, but I'm very much Remain. I'm definitely pro EU. We should be staying in. And it has to be said, not so much for the economic arguments. I mean, that gets used all the time. It's for the rights we get when we're in the EU. I think people underestimate just how many rights we have as EU citizens. No, because it relies trusting on the government of the day, and we've got a very, very right-wing government in. I would not trust them with any rights. I mean, under a fairly soft centre-right government, Cameron and May both have talked about withdrawing from the European Convention on Human Rights. Now, that's a biggie. We can't actually technically withdraw from the ECHR because the Good Friday Peace Agreement is founded on the ECHR, or at least incorporates the ECHR into it. So, no, I think we need to be part of the EU, basically because I would never trust a Tory government with keeping my rights as a trans person. Or as a lesbian. I mean, there's no way I'd ever trust them. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no. Unfortunately, I can't read these out while I'm typing them because I'm listening to the debate, and it is incredibly difficult to sort of hear the debate, type while you're doing it, and thinking about what's going on at the same time. Now, this is just so people can see what I basically do while I cover this. So right now, mostly what I'm doing is listening to BBC Parliament, and occasionally, when the debate gets boring and predictable, jumping across to what the papers, BBC, and whatever are covering, and what's the latest leaks coming through on Twitter. No, and oh, hang on. I need to think about this. I'm trying to remember what the copyright is on Parliament TV. I'll have a quick look. I think Parliament TV itself is fine with it being broadcast, but I need to look. TV, where's it on? What?
The traditional, mainstream, decent politics
Right then.
of the Labour Party. They have poisoned
So I think
what was once a great party with extremism. They cannot be trusted with the institutions that underpin our democracy. They are completely unfit to lead the Labour Party, let alone our country.
Graham Davis.
Mr. Speaker, our fundamental values are
I'm just knocked the volume down on that slightly, because that's coming across as very loud, even on the headphones. They're about a metre away from me.
And yes, we now face a situation where we have a Prime Minister...
Okay, just to let you know, Parliament TV is slightly delayed from what I'm watching, so there's likely to be a slight disconnect.
In order to protect people's human rights, from a no deal where we haven't seen the implications of the no deal, but a lot of it has leaked out. The reality is nobody in Britain voted for no deal. People did vote. They didn't vote for no deal, get out, do or die. Don't want to die.
Right, I'm not sure how that's coming across for sound for you, but hopefully that should be okay.
And now they learn they won't get any of those from a Brexit. We see Ford leaving Bridgend, we see Airbus leaving, we see problems with Tata Steel, we see no more control, and we see no more money. And those people who voted to leave deserve a final say, a final vote. And certainly in terms of no deal, they didn't vote for that at all. It's a bit like people agreeing to go to the cinema to see a love story or a comedy and ending up with a chainsaw massacre. And we said, oh, we agreed we'd go to the cinema, but it's the chainsaw massacre. We've got to go in. Which, of course, links me back into no deal, because in Wales, certainly, we're going to see the slaughter of millions of sheep because we simply can't export them with the immediate tariffs of 40% that will be imposed. We know in Britain there's 1 million diabetic people who will be at risk of they haven't got enough insulin, and the list goes on. Yet the Prime Minister will turn up at this debate about whether he'll deliver the rule of law is now known not to be negotiating, but instead spending £100 million of taxpayers' money delivering propaganda when he knows from Operation Sledgehammer or whatever it's called, Yellowhammer, that basically we face calamitous ruin. The unfortunate truth is the Prime Minister is spreading the contagion of nationalist populism. The basic idea that we're better here than Europeans over there, we've got a problem there, it's their fault over there. We've seen it before with Donald Trump, we're talking about the Mexicans and the war, talking about the Muslims or the blacks, we've seen it in Germany with the Jews. Now we've heard it here talking about the Europeans. And the likes of Nigel Farage, his narrative has now been taken on by our Prime Minister when he says, oh, they voted leave 3 years ago, nothing could be simple, just leave. And the reason they're not leaving is because MPs are corrupt and parliamentary democracy is rotten. Well, it's very easy to all agree to leave here. The difficult business is all agreeing where we're going to. And it's no surprise if a lot of parliamentarians think we're too close to Europe, a lot of parliamentarians think we're too far from Europe in a deal. We don't agree. So it's not easy, and everybody here knows that. But that is spread around basically to put across the lie that it's the people versus Parliament. It's the people now versus the courts. Well, what we're here to do...
And if you're wondering why the very, very hasty changes and edits and why names come in and out of my tweets, it's because as I'm going along, I'm rapidly going through defamation laws and thinking, what can I say on Twitter? Because when they're in the chamber, an MP can say anything they like about anybody else, they're protected by parliamentary privilege. I don't have that luxury. So, and even a nuisance lawsuit would still be rather devastating. So, yes, allegedly. Unfortunately, allegedly doesn't actually protect you. It is a help sometimes.
They want to undermine the fundamental democratic institutions, whether it's the BBC, whether it's the civil service, whether it's the universities, whether it's parliamentary democracy itself. So we face a chilling time here and a moment of truth as to whether the Prime Minister will in fact obey democratically agreed laws. He's willing to go around promoting the lie that no deal can deliver without massive collateral damage. And the democratic world is looking to us as the mother of all parliaments to see whether this parliament can ensure the rule of the law and democracy goes forward. We must show the rest of Europe, the rest of the world, that we will not bow to the language of popular tyranny, but we will stand true to the rule of law and democracy and move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We rightly heard earlier today several tributes recognising your role in protecting Parliament and parliamentarians and making it relevant and accessible for ordinary people. Tributes I'd like to associate myself with.
Yes.
What I think might happen when
the self-importance and the chest puffery of MPs in Parliament is... You have to wonder if they ever stop to think to listen to themselves, when they obviously don't.
Where we should argue and debate and pass the laws. Now I think people up and down this country are shocked to discover the Prime Minister putting so much effort into a no-deal Brexit at the expense of seeking a solution. Not least because that was never...
Holy shit, those are fierce earrings.
Back in 2016. People can't
Look at that
understand
dinner on
how
those.
the leader of
Fair
the
play.
Brexit campaign, who is now the Prime Minister, is closing down Parliament, pursuing no deal with such vigour, and encouraging media briefing to confirm that he won't abide by the latest Act of Parliament. Give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. And can I also associate myself with my friend's comments in relation to the Speaker? Because, let's be quite honest, across Europe, people are tuning into this House and watching how both the Speaker and this Parliament have fought back against the overweening power of an executive that has tried to close down debate, has tried to stop the voices of the people being heard, and that is a true democracy, which is the why we are here tonight fighting the way we are.
Well, I certainly agree with my honourable friend. I fear attempts to silence this House and close it down. And I wonder how any of us can really talk about the rule of law, how we can expect our constituents to respect the law when in such a crucial issue, those at the very top of our democratic institutions are showing such disrespect for Parliament and the law. The Prime Minister's behaviour is simply wrong. He's treating Parliament, the people's Parliament after all, with utter contempt. It's the Prime Minister and those around him who are using the language that we normally associate with repressive, dictatorial, anti-democratic regimes around the globe, in trashing the reputation of Parliament and parliamentarians and threatening to disobey the law. The Prime Minister is calling into question his fitness for office. This man led the Brexit campaign. He was the Foreign Secretary when the negotiations commenced. He's now the Prime Minister. He should be using every waking hour to conclude the deal on which he sold his Brexit plans. He shouldn't be closing down Parliament and running away from his responsibilities.
Honourable friend, give way.
I'll give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Does he agree with me that if we don't reach a deal with the European Union whilst we're members of it, we will inevitably have to reach a trade deal from outside, and we would be negotiating from a position of abject weakness and therefore wouldn't get a good deal?
Well, I think that's the conclusion that most rational people have come to. That seems the inevitability of where we're heading. So I was saying that it seems to me that he shouldn't be running away from his responsibilities, and we shouldn't even have to ask if the Prime Minister of this country will obey the law. It's unbelievable. I give way to my honourable friend.
This debate is about the rule of law. And we should be clear, there should be no ifs or buts about it. No matter how powerful and self-important individual might feel, everyone should obey the law.
I totally agree. Give way to the honourable lady.
Does he share my concern that today, this evening, during this debate, we have heard from the opposite benches two irreconcilable positions? We've heard that the government will obey the law, but we've also heard that the government will deliver Brexit, do or die, on the 31st of October. And those two things are self-evidently contradictory. So therefore, the conclusion must be that there is backdoor shenanigans going on to evade the law, stretching every sinew to do so.
Well, I think the terrible fear is that the Prime Minister and other members of the government
Finally.
doing one thing and doing another. And that's what the resignation of the Secretary of State for Works and Pensions recently seemed to reveal. Mr. Speaker, it seems to me it's straightforward. If this man and this government carry on like this, they'll be responsible for destroying the very institutions in which the rule of law and democratic politics are based. We should all be fearful of a government that's intent on moving down that road.
Thank you. I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman. to wind up the debate from the government benches. The foreign secretary. I do. Gosh, I do beg the right honourable gentleman's pardon. Couple of minutes, Sir Geoffrey Clifton-Brown.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for you for allowing me to catch your eye in this debate. I have to say that the people of this country are angry. They will not understand what this debate is all about. The people in this country voted to leave the European Union. The numerous members of Parliament on all
well, the problem is, because of the way our constitution works, we can't actually have a binding referendum. So our constitution is that the Queen in Parliament is sovereign, which is a fancy term of saying that although the Queen seems to be a figurehead, technically she is the absolute ruler of the UK. It's just that she's an absolute ruler through Parliament. So Parliament actually has all the power and Parliament is sovereign. But only because of the grace of the Queen. And to balance that sort of conflict of powers, Parliament pre-approves certain powers that the throne has, and that the executive, that's the government, then it can then enact on their own cognizance. They don't need the permission of the Queen, and they don't need permission of Parliament. And so yeah, it gets a bit. So the problem then is, if you had a binding referendum, it would mean that the Queen and Parliament would no longer be sovereign. The referendum itself would become sovereign. So a binding referendum is a constitutional nightmare, and we could technically never have one in this country. Not without upending your entire constitution to try and fit it in.
Parliament hasn't sorted this problem out. And I say, Mr. Speaker, to this Parliament, the longer this whole matter goes on, the more they will hold this Parliament.
No, binding referendums aren't a thing in law. So the Brexit vote was a referendum, but it's an advisory referendum, as all referenda are in this country. Ireland had a referendum on abortion, and
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I don't know if theirs is binding.
To the interesting points that have been made on all sides of the House.
I don't know enough about Irish constitutional law to know if the referendum would be binding or not. Hang on.
That's been our
It's a constitutional requirement in Irish law for the Constitution. Well, the Constitution can only be amended as a result of the question being put to the public in a poll. So yeah, a referendum can be binding under Irish law as long as it's a question to amending in the Constitution.
The government
Oh, I pulled that one out the back of my head from somewhere.
But there have been many judicial reviews down the years under many different governments of different complexions. Government cannot and would not wish to prevent that. Indeed, judicial review is part and parcel of the rule of law. And when on occasion the government has lost a case, and this has been true under successive governments, on one or more contentious grounds, then of course it must correct its position according
No. It's been picked up as a sort of political football. What happened was,
that I take this duty to
when David Cameron called the referendum, he was expecting to win it and stay in the EU. Leave was actually meant to be the losing side.
by what it is seeing in not for the reason
But because the Leave side won kind of unexpectedly, to try and maintain that momentum, they've been trying to describe the referendum as being binding, the will of the people.
now they see the legal
But as has been constantly pointed out in Parliament itself, it's only advisory, and it can only be advisory.
gentleman
And so since then we've had this sort of constant narrative battle that has now descended to the point where we've got a Johnson government trying to portray what's happening as people versus the Parliament.
a deal.
And that's why everything in this country seems so batshit crazy at the moment. We've had rhetoric building on rhetoric that can eventually only end
Have been working hard for a good deal.
in
Had it again in Dublin today.
either the government being deposed in some way and an adult being put in charge, or violence. It's still a bit of a distant possibility, but we could still be looking at riots in this country. It has happened.
To date demonstrates that taking that option off the table
severely
No, Parliament can never pass any law that is binding on any future Parliament. So Parliament can always repeal any law that's been passed in the past. It sometimes has to do it through a roundabout route,
eloquently by
but it cannot be bound by any previous decision of Parliament.
Mr. Speaker, we are now in
Where it gets tricky is, so like
millions of voters are
the bill that got passed last week that became law today, that binds the government. That means that the government is legally required to do certain things, and the government must obey the law unless it can get that act.
the right honourable member.
And that is what is meant by the Parliament is sovereign. The Parliament's passed the act and it binds government, and it will carry on binding government until the government can either repeal the act or the time in the act, the time period referenced in the act, gets just simply runs out.
Legislation, there was no money resolution, and swept away Queen's consent, which is normal when
Other countries
negotiating
Parliament.
Well, I thank my right honourable friend. Of course, all the normal checks and balances that would apply if the government was bringing forward a piece of legislation cannot apply almost by definition, but as a result of the way this is done. So it has been done swiftly, without the normal scrutiny, and as a result it is a flawed piece of legislation, and rightly dubbed the Surrender Bill, because of its impact on our negotiations in Brussels. I'm going to make a bit of progress because we're coming to the close. In her contribution, the leader of the Liberal Democrats made the case for a second referendum. But she's also said that if people voted to leave for a second time, she'd just ignore the result again. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to deal. This Prime Minister, this government want a deal. And I believe it will be much better than no deal. But Mr. Speaker, no deal, much worse than no deal, will be to destroy the confidence in the most basic democratic principle we have, that politicians respect what the people vote for, which was an argument made powerfully by my honourable friend, the member for Mid-Dorset. Mr. Speaker, the country wants this mess sorted out by the 31st of October, but the House wants to delay again. Now, in those circumstances, the proper way to proceed for this is for this House to allow the voters to decide in an election who goes over to negotiate at the European Council on the 17th of October. Prime Minister or the Right Honourable Gentleman? This is constitutionally the correct...
Yeah, the UK is basically very fucked.
It's plain common...
And it's all our fault, really.
It is the Right Honourable
It sort of started in 79 with Thatcher. Trust me to find a way to blame Thatcher. No, what happened in 79 was, as controversial as Thatcher was, for most of her time, most of her policies were fairly central. So they kind of kept the existing power structures in place and then tinkered with them around the edges. There were a few major changes, but not a lot.
between the printing of the leaflets and then being delivered.
And one of the sorry, I got a hair moment. And one of the last big changes she tried to make which was the poll tax, which changes how local taxation worked in this country, backfired on her, and that's what basically finished her off. But then, yeah, since Thatcher, Major, Blair, Brown, and Cameron, we've had very centrist government. The problem is we haven't had a general election return a majority government with an actual workable majority since 2005. And ever since then we've had governments that have tried to be centrist on an electorate that isn't centrist, that was becoming more polarised. And then the Brexit vote happened, and that just split the country. It really polarised the country. But whereas the country before was being polarised between two different political parties, really, between the Conservatives and Labour, now it's divided sharply between Leave and Remain, and those two political positions don't line up with the parties. So it's just a nightmare. I mean, if we had a proportional representation system, it would be considerably less of an issue. Because we would be much more used to working in coalitions and understand how to work together to get things done. But we don't. We still have the first past the post system. And it is not going to return government with simple majority. Especially around Brexit, because parties are split within. You know, well, at least the Tories and Labour are split within about how to deal with Brexit.
That spoke raised questions about questions. Yes, of course. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful to the Leader of the Opposition who is much more courteous than the Foreign Secretary in taking an intervention in this very important debate, The Foreign Secretary alleged that the legislation which received royal assent today to stop a no deal, to stop this country going out without a deal, the Foreign Secretary has described that legislation as flawed.
Yeah, one of the funny things about PRs is they're not meant to return majority government, and yet somehow they can when you don't want them to. It's like the devolved powers in the UK, Scotland specifically, but Wales as well. Scotland, I think the past 2 elections has returned a majority government on a proportional representation system. And although Labour in Wales is technically in a coalition government, it's only in a coalition with one Lib Dem MP, our own Assembly member. She's our only Assembly member, so technically they're in a coalition, but for all intents and purposes, they're actually a majority government. So yeah. But as a country, we're still new to proportional representation anyway. I mean, the devolved powers have only been around since
the decision of this House, and so this motion has been brought before the House this evening.
2000, I think. Was it 97, 98, 99?
Try and prorogue Parliament later on.
Not sure. Less than 25 years, certainly.
Under any scrutiny for more than a month, during what they themselves must accept is quite a significant point in our country's history. They've now been forced to produce Operation Yellowhammer documents by a decision taken earlier by this House. Surely, Mr. Speaker, the very least we deserve from the Prime Minister is a clear undertaking that a requirement that we ask for an extension until January to prevent crashing out must be made at the appropriate time. Why can't the Foreign Secretary say that? Why can't the Prime Minister say that? All we have left is the ability of this House to declare its view this evening, and that, I hope, is what we will do. And when the government has made it clear they will carry out the law to extend, if necessary, to prevent a no-deal exit, we will then be very happy to debate all of their policies in a general election.
I don't know why my encoding overloaded. Why my screen isn't moving. It's not like this is hard on my video card. Anyway, never mind.
And that opportunity. But the priority is operations in hospitals will be damaged. The supply of medicines will be damaged. The supply of food will be damaged. The supply to manufacturing industry will be damaged. And if all this is a lot of scaremongering, why was the government so unkeen on presenting Yellowhammer documents which will show the truth to be the case? If they have nothing to hide, why are they hiding it? This House has forced them to bring those documents out in the public, but of course, Mr. Speaker, the House won't be sitting. How convenient is that? So, I say to the government, do not go ahead with the prorogation of Parliament. Do not go ahead with your threat of no deal. Instead, look after the interests of the people of this country, which will not be served by a crashing out, unless, of course, there is another agenda, which is to rush into the arms of Donald Trump and all the trade deals they want to make with them. So, Mr. Speaker, there we have it. First of all, no Tory MPs want to speak, and then they've all turned up now to have a little bit of a shouting match. That's absolutely fine. I don't mind, because, no, I'm not giving way. No, I'm not giving way. No, I beg your pardon. No, the member for Wellingborough. Thank you. I'm not giving way. I just simply say this, Mr. Speaker. The House has an opportunity tonight to express its view that its Prime Minister should obey a decision taken by both Houses of Parliament and was passed into law today. I hope members of this House will vote accordingly, and this government will learn the lesson. You cannot ride roughshod over our democracy.
Point of order, Mr. Nicholas Brown.
I beg to move that the question be now put.
Is the question be now put? As many as other opinions say aye. On the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that this House has considered the welcome completion of all parliamentary stages of the European Union Withdrawal Number 6 Bill and has considered the matter of the importance of the rule of law and ministers' obligation to comply with the law. As many as other opinions say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Oh, quite a lot of noisy chuntering from a sedentary position. The Honourable Lady for Mid-Bedfordshire is quite beside herself in an extraordinarily irate condition, which I feel sure will not endure for very long. I was trying to explain to our French counterparts at the weekend the significance of the term chuntering from a sedentary position, and they were beginning to understand it, but I would have to reinterpret it tonight as yelling from a sedentary position, to which apparently there is no equal in the Assemblée Nationale. We come now to motion number 1 on Section 7 of the Northern Ireland Executive Formation Act 2019, Historical Institutional Abuse Minister or whip to move?
Not move.
Not move. Thank you. We now come to motion number 2 on Section 6 of the Northern Ireland Executive Formation Act 2019, Victims' Payments, whip to move?
Not move.
Not move. We're grateful to the whip on duty. We come now to motion number 3 on Section 5 of the Northern Ireland Executive Formation, etc. Act 2019, Human Trafficking, whip to move?
Not move.
Not move. Thank you, Jeremy. We come now to motion number 4 on Section 4 of the Northern Ireland Executive Formation Act 2019, Gambling. Whip to move.
Not move.
The question is at the not moved. We now come to motion number 5 on Section 3, subsection 2, with which I'm sure
Miss that download.
the Northern Ireland Executive Formation, etc. Act 2019. I was going to say the Minister to move, but I'm underestimating the exalted status of the Right Honourable Gentleman who graces the dispatch box. It is indeed to be moved by no less a figure in our affairs than the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, Mr. Secretary Smith.
Mr. Speaker, before I start, could I pay tribute, following your statement earlier on today, to your tenure as Speaker of this House, and despite the odd moment of friction during my time as Government Chief Whip, I would like to add my voice to those who have underlined the strength and power of your service to both your constituents in this House, and particularly the work you did to establish the new education sector. Mr. Speaker, on 4th of September, I laid a number of reports before the House in line with my obligations under the Northern Ireland Executive Formation Act 2019. Those reports underscore the vital importance of restoring the Northern Ireland Executive. This is my first priority, because without an executive, the people of Northern Ireland have seen the quality of their public services decline and decisions kicked into the long grass. They deserve better. Since July, I've met public servants from a range of sectors who are doing an incredible job in the absence of support from their political leaders. But they cannot take the vital decisions needed on public services or make those crucial interventions in the economy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very, very grateful indeed to the Secretary of State for allowing me to intervene so early. May I just say that I am extremely disappointed and extremely annoyed that the motion to discuss historical institutional abuse in Northern Ireland was not even moved this evening. By proroguing Parliament tonight, the Prime Minister has willfully and deliberately willfully, and I say deliberately, deprive the victims of historical institutional abuse in Northern Ireland of a 90-minute debate. He has sent out a clear signal that those victims do not even merit a 90-minute debate. It's appalling behaviour. So may I ask the Secretary of State to demand that the Prime Minister comes to Northern Ireland and sits in a meeting and looks the victims of historical institutional abuse in the face and explains to them why he is so disrespectful and discourteous of the hurt and the suffering that they have had to endure.
I thank the lady for her, honourable lady, for her intervention. I think, to be fair to the business managers tonight, there has been a major challenge with the number of unexpected and emergency debates. But I'm now coming on to the issues that she raises on HIA. And in doing so, I do want to apologise to the House for the change in business. This in no way diminishes how seriously I'm progressing the issues or how affected the commitments I have made.
Yeah.
The Secretary of State for giving way, and I understand what he said about the business managers. However, I don't think the Secretary of State can get away that easily from the business statement that was made in this House on Thursday. The first and second priorities on that list, as handed out to members, was to do with the victims of historical institutional abuse. The second issue was victims' payments in relation to that matter. The matters that the Secretary of State intends to move before the House this evening are matters which are fifth and sixth on that list that we were given. Why has the Secretary of State, as the member for North Down has indicated, just set these very important issues aside?
Sorry, I've just caught up with your latest one there.
When we came back in September.
Yeah, unfortunately, the major problem with any political system is that you tend to end up with people in it who then stitch it up.
Historical institutional abuse,
which is a massive problem.
Have shown incredible courage and dignity through their engagement with the Hart inquiry and throughout their campaign for redress.
And it does tend to favour those with money as well.
Interventions will join me today
okay, let's cut.
stating our collective determination to see progress made in delivering redress
Holy shit, it's warm in here.
as soon as possible. On 23rd of August, I had the honour of meeting representatives from the victims and survivors groups. These are people whose lives have been blighted by unforgivable, horrendous acts, yet have continued to engage patiently and respectfully with politicians and the legislative process. We can ask no more of victims. We can ask no more of the Hart inquiry. The inquiry has been undertaken. Officials have prepared the policy. The lawyers have prepared the draft law, and I have asked that this be included in the Queen's speech as a matter of urgent priority.
I thank the Secretary of State give way. On Thursday in Business Questions, he did actually commit, while it is disappointing that it's not debated today, he did actually commit that not only would it be in the Queen's speech, but the legislation will be brought forward to the end of the year, and that is the most important thing, that the legislation actually comes forward.
I thank my honourable friend for her intervention. I also wanted to reference some of the areas where the EF Act requires new laws on same-sex marriage and opposite-sex civil partnerships, abortion and victims' payments. These are sensitive, devolved issues, and this government's preference is that they are taken forward by a restored executive. Again, I am sorry that we have not been able to discuss the important issue of victims' payments in the motion tonight that was not moved before this most recent debate. Across these issues, this House has spoken, and these duties to legislate will come into effect if the executive is not up and running in the next few weeks. And despite the truncated debate today, may I just underscore and assure the House that I will continue to uphold the letter and the spirit of my obligations under the EF Act in full. I will update Parliament in the next session on these issues, and indeed will say a bit more on abortion law in Northern Ireland later in my speech. But now I will turn to each of the issues listed for debate today.
I'm very grateful. What can this House do to strengthen his elbow in discussion with the business managers as to what is going to be included in the Queen's speech. I associate myself with the remarks of other honourable members with regards to the victims of historical abuse. Can I urge the Secretary of State to take this message to the business managers? Many of those who suffered that horrible abuse were placed there by the state. The state let them down then. The state now looks as if it's letting them down still further. That is not good enough, and we will not put up with it.
I am confident that the business managers will look very favourably on this bill for the Queen's speech. Northern Ireland has been without devolved government since January 2017. In that time, we have seen hospital waiting lists get longer, public services deteriorate, and frustration in Northern Ireland grow. The issue of Brexit has made the need for a reformed executive ever more urgent. It is clear that Northern Ireland's interests at this time are best served by a restored executive in place and ready to take the necessary decisions. The then Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, my right honourable friend for Staffordshire Moorlands, started the latest round of cross-party talks, following on from the work of the right honourable member for Old Bexley and Sidcup, and I pay tribute to their tireless work. I also want to pay tribute to the right honourable member for Maidenhead for all she did to drive for Stormont to be up and running.
I'll be back momentarily. I need water.
I'm also in no doubt
in the
work we have done together since he became Prime Minister, that my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, is personally committed to the swift conclusion of these talks. The same issues have been discussed in cross-party talks for over 2 years. There are some aspects of these talks that are very close to resolution. I believe the parties could agree swiftly a programme for government, measures to increase transparency and on the sustainability of the institutions. But gaps do remain between the two main parties on rights, culture and identity. However, both the UK and the Irish government share the view that notwithstanding the importance of these issues, these topics can be resolved in short order. Political parties across the spectrum must now realise that the lack of political leadership has left public servants bearing the load for far too long.
Okay, right, so yeah, I'll quickly bring you up to speed on the grief thing. So,
nurses at Musgrave Park Hospital and in my many meetings with all of those who serve so bravely in the PSNI. There can be no more excuses. We just have to get this assembly
received legal advice about
so, Mr. Deputy
something to do with Brexit. I can't remember what now.
Three-stranded approach will now
and because they kept the Parliament so long, the opposition had run out of days to bring forward motions in that would have allowed them to force the government to publish the report, the legal advice. So what the Labour Party did was they dug out a very arcane procedure known as a humble address, and basically it's a way of Parliament communicating directly with the Queen without needing to go through the executive. We've got a weird country. Anyway, so they put this humble address to Parliament requiring the government to publish the legal advice that had been given. The government fought it but lost. The government refused to publish the legal advice, and so in response the Parliament found the Attorney General in contempt of Parliament, and then the legal advice was published. The Grieve Amendment does something, the Grieve Motion, does something very, very similar. It's another humble address, and now that it's passed, the government has until 11 p.m. on Wednesday to publish all reports, communications, whether private or public, in regards to the Yellow Hammer report, which was the document leaked over the summer, detailing how bad a no-deal Brexit would be, and detailing all the reports, or the steps that would have to be done to be ready for a no-deal Brexit. And the other thing they're looking for is all the advice and private communications around Johnson's decision to prorogue Parliament. Why did he do it? And more importantly, what was the stated reason for making that choice? And if it comes back that the stated reason was to stop Parliament scrutinising Johnson or to stop Parliament interfering with taking Britain out of the EU, that is, A, it's going to be a nightmare for Johnson, but B, that's going to be a constitutional nightmare. Especially as Johnson has repeatedly stated that's not the reason why he prorogued Parliament, even though obviously it is. So yeah, but the government's turned around and said they're not going to documents, which means it's probably going to follow the same path as the Attorney General and the Humble Address, which is that at the soonest available opportunity, Parliament will hold a contempt motion, whether that's directly into individuals in the government or the government as a whole, I don't know. I think it'll actually have to be individuals within the government, because I think if they held it within the government as a whole, that could be taken as a vote of no confidence in the government and trigger the 14-day period under the Fixed Term Parliaments Act. I'm not sure. I mean, it's never been tested in Parliament.
Northern Ireland were formally consulted on this in 2017. There was only consensus for transparency going forward. The published data now available as a result of
Sorry, got a
starting point for a review to further transparency.
I have to admit, this entire process is a very, very, very good argument for having a republic. I have to admit, I'm no fan of the royal family, so getting rid of them would be quite nice. I'm not entirely sure why we need a head of state at all. So there we go. Anyway, I need to give my girlfriend a call, so I'm switching my mic off. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Responsibility for higher education in Northern Ireland, universities are independent of government. As such, it is for a university, whether prospective or existing, to decide where to base any new campus. No application has been made from any organisation to establish a university whose main campus is in Derry, Londonderry. The government is aware that Ulster University is considering the development of a graduate medical school to be located in Derry, Londonderry, and this proposal features in the Derry City and Strabane District Council's economic regeneration plans for the region. Education is key to securing a prosperous future for Northern Ireland, and it is right that we focus on where the current skills gap lie and how they can be met.
I had the great honour of visiting Derry recently, and the University of Ulster has been dillying and dallying and delaying about that medical schools campus at the McGee College. That city needs that campus, and it will help immensely, not just with its regeneration, but with the peace process as a whole. What guarantees can the Secretary of State give that Derry will get that medical campus?
Well, on my last visit to Derry, Londonderry, I spoke about the medical campus. We're working to ensure that we do everything we can in the NIO to support it. But again, we need the executive Stormont back up and running to make sure the money flows to that campus. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this government is unequivocal in our admiration for the armed forces, who served with heroism and bravery to protect the people of Northern Ireland, and whose sacrifices ensured terrorism would never succeed. The government will never forget the debt of gratitude we owe them. Providing better support for veterans is a major priority for this government, and the creation of the Office for Veterans Affairs is an example of the strength of our commitment. I want to be clear, I absolutely recognise the sentiment and the principle underpinning these amendments, and recognise the strength of feeling across the House on this matter. We've been clear that the current system for dealing with the legacy of Northern Ireland's past is not working well, and this needs to change. As the Prime Minister said recently in this House, it is common ground across all benches that it is simply not right that former soldiers should face unfair and repeated investigations with no new evidence, many years after the events in question. Two very important further amendments have been submitted, and I want to address these in turn.
Will the Secretary of State allow me very briefly? Dr. Julian. I apologise.
Hey, thanks for coming along. I will hopefully see you again, and no problem with the tweets and threads. I will probably be doing more of these. It seems like fun. Better than just sort of staring at a blank screen on my Todd. So, but anyway, thanks for coming along, and I'll see you again. Bye.
Compelling new evidence on the question of pursuit of people long after the event's concerned, does he accept that is not the same as an amnesty and should not be ruled out in the same way as people do rule out an amnesty?
I want to take care on prejudging the work that the government has put in place cross-party and cross-government. As he's aware, the Prime Minister has set up a new focus on this issue, and I'm sure he will be inputting into that, and I will be working along with the Ministry of Defence and the Cabinet Office to move that issue forward. I absolutely recognise the sentiment and the principle underpinning the amendments on legacy, and recognise the strength of feeling across this House on this matter. We have been clear the current system for dealing with the legacy is not working well, and we will move forward in the ways I have discussed. While we want to find a better way to address these issues, to do so through the presumption of non-prosecution would pose a range of challenges and may not provide a complete solution to the issues at play. A presumption of non-prosecution in the absence of compelling new evidence would likely need to be applied to everyone involved in Troubles-related incidents, including former terrorists. However, implementing these provisions would not remove the obligations under domestic criminal law and international obligations under the European Convention on Human Rights for independent investigations of serious allegations. With regards to Troubles prosecution guidance, honourable members will of course also be aware that criminal investigations are carried out independently of government. Prosecutorial decisions and the guidance that underpins them are devolved matters in Northern Ireland.
Right, I am back, so I can clear the clock. And you'll get to see me catching up with all the events that have been going up. Hang on, I'm going to bookmark this window. It's phase.
Which he stepped around. Can I just repeat back to
him? So then,
even though he's reiterating issues around criminal prosecutions in other jurisdictions, the point still remains.
That's not updated, so I think that they're at the end of their live stream.
Not to just bring somebody in on the basis of a trawl in the hope that something new will turn up. The issue here is absolutely having to have compelling evidence to then pursue an individual.
Just a summary of my own thread, so start.
On any criminal activity,
I can do my own
or any effect of future prosecutions, because they would face the same issue.
I think my right honourable friend, who's spoken very persuasively on this issue for many years, makes some important points, but I return to the fact that the government is looking at all of these issues in its cross-Whitehall review. In Northern Ireland, just as in England and Wales, prosecutorial decisions are made independently of government. The Director of Public Prosecutions for Northern Ireland is not...
And if anybody's wondering what I'm doing, this is how I get my outline news and the things that's happening around Parliament while I've got either Parliament TV on, which is the audio you're listening to now because they allow you to do that on Parliament TV, and meanwhile I've got BBC Parliament on in the background because that BBC Parliament... There's an ever so slight delay on the feed from Parliament TV, so BBC Parliament is slightly ahead by 5-10 seconds, I'd say. Not by much, but sometimes it's just like the difference for a tweet.
For the courts and not the government to determine innocence and guilt.
Secretary of State for giving way. But does the Secretary of State accept that in Northern Ireland currently we have an abnormal situation in that all state-related deaths have been referred to the criminal justice system for examination? That does not happen elsewhere across the United Kingdom, and therefore in those exceptional and abnormal circumstances we need to in the front line in Northern Ireland during the dark days of the Troubles.
I accept the Honourable Lady's point. I just return to the fact that the ways of achieving the sorts of things she's talking about are much more complex. This government is committed to finding practical, sustainable and workable solutions to establishing an improved system that works better for all and ensures that soldiers and former police officers who risk their lives to maintain peace and order and keep others safe are treated fairly. On the issue of abortion law, if an executive is not formed by the 21st of October, the government has a duty to make the necessary regulations. As I set out above, it is this government's preference that any questions of reform on these important, sensitive and devolved issues are considered in the right place by a restored executive and a functioning assembly. However, we recognise that a majority of MPs want to ensure reform happens if we continue to see an absence of devolved government. And from the 22nd of October, the specific criminal law in Northern Ireland will fall away, and a criminal moratorium on prosecution will come into place. I've instructed my department, working closely with the Department of Health and Government Equalities Office, to develop an appropriate new legal framework to be in operation by 31st of March 2020, if that proves to be the case.
That one.
The Secretary of State realised that the legacy of what he has just announced is complete and total legal chaos that will exist from the 21st of October through to March of next year, where there'll be no regulatory framework in place, where anything goes when it comes to the termination of innocent children's lives. Is that the legacy he wants? Is that the blood on the hands that this Secretary of State wants?
Well, I will return the directness to the honourable member. If the parties get their act together, this can be a Northern Ireland solution to this issue. But the challenge for the government is there was a free vote in this House, which we do need, under law, to respect. As part of that, we have been undertaking work to analyse the range of information and examples, both international and domestic, on these reform issues. That is because we have committed to consulting carefully on this sensitive matter, and I will be updating the House as soon as possible.
Thank the Minister for giving way, but would he accept that while it may be for the parties in Northern Ireland to try and get the Assembly up and running again, that there's every incentive now on those who pushed members of this House to put through this draconian abortion legislation not to get the Assembly up and running before the law comes into force. And therefore, he can't run away and hide behind, oh, it's up to the parties in Northern Ireland, when there's one party which is essential to the setting up of the administration, actually does not want the responsibility and give the opportunity to the Assembly to overturn this legislation.
I accept that these are highly emotive and sensitive issues, and I accept that this House, having spoken, needs and wants and demands that we act. The consultation process that my department will set in place will be extremely sensitive to many of the issues that have been outlined tonight, but I come back to the fact that I will do everything I can and in my power to get the executive up and running, because I strongly believe that for this issue and for many other issues that I've spoken about tonight, Stormont and getting Stormont up and running is the best way to address these matters.
Thank you to the Secretary of State. I'm very interested in the consultation that will take place. I just wanted the Secretary of State to confirm that organisations like the Royal College of Obstetricians and Gynaecologists, the Royal College of Midwives, the Royal College of GPs and the Royal College of Nursing will be consulted as part of those deliberations.
They will be. But again, I do want and hope that we can get this issue addressed within Northern Ireland and by Northern Ireland political leaders. Mr Deputy Speaker, I welcome the opportunity to open these issues for debate in the House. The range of issues, largely on devolved matters, demonstrates how important it is to restore the executive, and that is why I will strive over the coming days and weeks to encourage the political parties to go back into the executive and to start working for the people of Northern Ireland again and as soon as possible.
The question is, as on the order paper. Tony Lloyd.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, can I begin by making a very obvious point to the Secretary of State that had he been consulted on the question of prorogation, had his advice, had he been asked for advice, been accepted, that prorogation actually was inappropriate precisely because of the volume of work that Northern Ireland needs doing in this House, then we would have made more space, more time for debates on Northern Ireland across all of the issues that the House is not going to be able to debate. Now, that's an important issue because, in the end, he has been let down by others in his government. And I need to emphasise that point because it will come up time and time again. The Honourable Member for North Down is absolutely right to make the point that we should have had a debate tonight on the issue of historical institutional abuse. And the Secretary of State, let me say, is right himself. He's met victims of that abuse. He knows how strongly not only do they feel, but how for many of them their lives were transformed because of what happened to them those years back. This House, this society of ours owes them an obligation, quite frankly, that whilst the Secretary of State has made it clear that he will push for early inclusion in the Queen's speech, nevertheless, we do now need guarantees that not only will we see early inclusion in the Queen's speech, we will see early movement by the government, any government, on this issue in the future. And that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, also applies, of course, to the issue of victims' pensions. That would have the same import that we see early action. But if I can turn to the issue, I need to race through, as the Secretary of State has done, a number of issues, and some I will have to leave for another day. This issue of abortion, the Secretary of State is right, and I would say to honourable members from the DUP, I would say through the media, that those in Northern Ireland who are unhappy with the present situation do have some capacity for resolution in their hands. If we can see Stormont up and running, if we can see an executive and an assembly up and running, yes, of course, the remedy to people's concerns about this legislation lies in their hands. And it's important that people, I will in a moment, and it's important that people do take that away and don't simply shuffle this off in the usual finger pointing. It's them over there that are doing it. And people in this House have to take their responsibilities seriously as well. Of course,
rather than throwing out what he knows is a non-solution, given that Sinn Féin have been driving the pro-abortion agenda in Northern Ireland and has been taken up by members of his own party, what has he done to try and persuade his friends in Sinn Féin to get back into the Assembly? Because he knows that as long as they can remain in a position where they veto the formation of an Assembly, then the solution which he has said is in the hands of the people of Northern Ireland is not a solution at all.
Well, I would say to the honourable member that those members of his own party who are taking part in the negotiations have a duty on them. Yes, of course.
Hey, I'm still here. Don't worry. Oh, my camera has me up.
Is equal. I want to see all parties get round the table. I want to see all parties, and I'll come on to this a bit later on. But the honourable member, I must say, for Anthony, cannot avoid the responsibility that members of his own party have to get Stormont back up and running. It's nearly 3 years now since we've seen the absence of Stormont. 3 years of people making excuses about the fault lying elsewhere. It's now time that people accepted responsibility for their own actions. But I've got to ask the Secretary of State, or for perhaps the Minister responding to the debate. On this question of abortion, obviously the House is committed to offer safe and legal abortion to women in Northern Ireland. There also needs, though, to be confidence in the law by those that we expect to operate the way that law works. And the point raised by my honourable friend for Hull North, who's campaigned tirelessly on this issue, I think is an important one. Consultation really is fundamental to all this. Once again, though, prorogation has dealt the Secretary of State a very, very difficult hand. A very difficult hand because the House will return on the 14th of October. We know that by the 21st the impact of this legislation will come on the 22nd, to be precise, will come into effect. That means that the capacity for this House to make decisions, to fill the legal gap that will exist between the 21st of October and the 31st of March is a real one. Now, that consultation needs to be taking place now, but the House has to be ready to implement legislative change as soon as we're back in the middle of October. If I can refer to this issue of veterans, the Secretary of State's made some very important points. I know he comes under pressure. Actually, the Right Honourable Member Chingford is helpful if he's saying that we are very clear as a House that illegality by members of the armed forces, like any other member of society, like members of the IRA, like members of loyalist terror groups, will have the same outcome. In other words, the law will be applied. That's really helpful, because then what we are talking about is how we move forward in a way that allows, that allows the independence of investigation, the independence of prosecution that the Secretary referred to take place. Because
Ian Duncan Smith.
It is important that the Storm and House bodies that were agreed by all parties in Northern Ireland are allowed to operate. Because victims, yes of course, victims have rights in this as well. Victims who saw the loved ones killed, victims who themselves were victims of terror, have a right to know that there is a proper investigation, whoever and whatever was the cause of their victimhood.
I'm grateful to the Honourable. I didn't mean to intervene on it, but as he raised the point I'm simply making, and I think many of my colleagues are making, for those who have served, left, some of them are in their 70s, etc., and then face this unedifying process of suddenly being hauled back, not because they had evidence.
There you go, live on stream.
As they bring them back, they may find
your favourite political cut.
was not at the time.
It's hitting the wine.
Now that surely,
if I can get it open,
of a lack of natural justice, and I think that has to be stamped on.
Well, I understand what the Right Honourable Member has to say. Let me simply say this, that it is a shame that didn't take place at the time. He will agree with me as a former soldier that he wouldn't countenance illegality by those that he worked with. That's, I think, every decent soldier I know of would agree with that premise, that illegality is not what our armed forces were sent to undertake in the context of Northern Ireland. So I hear what he says. I'm not sure we're a long way apart on this issue.
Oh, that's a good one.
Speaker, if I can turn to, obviously, what is the underlying issue, Mr. Speaker. It is now 3 years since the Stormont Assembly, the Stormont
I've got rather high hopes. What is it?
I've seen its impact in areas as wide as health, education, the way in which the interface takes place. I know the Secretary of State was agitated himself over the question.
It's from Little. It isn't posh. It's a Conde Noble, or Nobly, however you want to pronounce that. Venus. But I don't care. It's a rosé. I like rosés.
Right Honourable Member for Staffordshire Morelands himself, for the close working relationship they've developed with the
Can you being posh?
There is that close working relationship between both Dublin and London. But Mr. Speaker, the biggest
no, that's what I call one glass of wine.
To the United Kingdom.
Half a bottle if it isn't coming through properly.
Of a no-deal Brexit. The biggest single threat to any part of the United Kingdom is in Northern Ireland, where the impact of a no-deal Brexit would be devastating in a way that goes beyond.
I'm going to end up bloody legless if I'm not careful.
Scotland and Wales would impact, because the impact there is not simply economic, although it would be enormous on agriculture, on manufacturing, on services. The impact isn't even on the social mores as it developed over the last 20 years since the Good Friday Agreement was brought into operation. The capacity to cross that border on an easy and straightforward basis, not even on the question of identity, although the Secretary referred to that, and of course that is a fundamentally very important issue. The Good Friday Agreement and the St Andrews Agreement between them were important milestones in establishing peace, in establishing a very different climate in Northern Ireland. It's important that nothing is allowed to jeopardise that. A hard border, and there would be a hard border with no deal, would jeopardise that. We've seen, though, with the Yellowhammer Papers, how people are now concerned that we're drifting into that no deal Brexit. Mr. Speaker, I note today the words of the Taoiseach, Leo Varadkar, who made it clear that Ireland is not prepared to accept, in place of legal guarantees, a promise. And of course, the Taoiseach actually speaks for many of us on this side of the chamber as well when he said that. Mr. Speaker, we have this odd situation where Parliament doesn't trust the Prime Minister, where the Irish Government doesn't trust the Prime Minister, where the Right Honourable Member for Hastings and Rye doesn't trust the Prime Minister on this issue. Now, in that context, what I've got to say to those responding for the government is this, is that... let me just make one point, and I will. That we face prorogation. We now face a period when our Parliament cannot act. The Secretary of State himself has made it clear that in the run-up, and I quote, either to a deal or no deal, that the very tricky decisions can be made, and I'm sure that those will have to be made at pace. And of course, it's absolutely right. We will have to make decisions very quickly. Prorogation makes that more difficult. Good way.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I thank the Shadow Secretary of State for giving way, and he talks about the threat to the Good Friday Agreement. Can I suggest to him that right now the biggest threat to that agreement and to the peace process is the fact that none of the political institutions in Northern Ireland are operating, that the North-South Ministerial Council is not operating and hasn't been now for 2 years and 9 months, and that those who brought the institutions crashing down present the greater threat to the political institutions in Northern Ireland. And it's all very well saying that we don't trust the Prime Minister. With all due respect, trust has broken down in Northern Ireland, not because of the action of
sorry, just clearing the notification.
because one political party decided to take the ball and walk off the pitch and won't go back on until they get their way. That's where the threat comes from.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I've got some perhaps difficult news for the Right Honourable Member himself, because of course the concept of disillusionment in democratic institutions stretches across all communities in Northern Ireland. It stretches across his constituents. I talk to those people. They are so those who want to see Stormont work are desperately worried that the politicians, all politicians from all backgrounds, are not making the progress they need. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will conclude because other members want to speak, but I want to finish by putting some specific points to the Minister responding. Prorogation has made it difficult now for this House to make the decisions it will have to make. Prorogation means that we'll come back here on the 14th. By the 31st of October, if we have no deal, we will have 11 sitting days. Some of those will be taken up by the Queen's speech. The Secretary of State rightly has promised the House that there will be regular updates. The first update will actually take place before the House returns. We need those updates to be meaningful. We need those updates to reassure not simply this House.
Ooh, that's an eye-opener. Blimey!
It's a plan and a strategy to move us forward. We need to know, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and we as an opposition will cooperate with the government in this, that there is...
good God! It's not a subtle Rosie.
That situation forward.
Ooh!
And there has to be dialogue across this chamber, and there has to be an exchange of information. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, there has to be as well, and this is really important, a maintenance of the dialogue between Dublin and London, so that when we take actions here, we know that there will be a support from the government in
so yeah,
to make sure there's reassurance
great.
from all communities that there is a concerted to bring this situation together.
I'm going to switch off the feed from Parliament. In fact, I'm going to mute it. Because the Northern Ireland debate, although it's important, it is tangential to Brexit at the moment. Why did I move that across there? No, we'll move that back over there. And in fact, Parliament. Anybody using the whip across the floor? What do we got? Nothing new. Let's check my notification messages. There's a private. Well, there we go. Right, and is that set up? So anybody who's coming for this stream, we are currently doing sorry, I've completely lost what I said. Good God, that mindset hard. So I have, those who don't know, I've been doing threads on Brexit and Parliament, trying to make it sort of accessible to people who aren't used to these things. I thought I'd stream what I do tonight, which is basically staring at a screen a lot, and when appropriate, twittering it, often at high speed. At the moment, the government is in a 90-minute debate on a motion in regards to the Northern Ireland Executive Formation Act. It's not really Brexit related. It is and it isn't. It's a bit complicated. Basically, it is Brexit related when it will need to be, which might be in October. It isn't yet, so really I'm not going to cover it unless it specifically hits something interesting like abortion law. I will be going back and live tweeting the debate on the early general motion, which shouldn't be too long. When did this debate start? Mr. Speaker was 6. So yeah, the debate started at 9 PM my time, so it's finished in 5 minutes. After that, it should be the motion for the early general election. So yes, I will be covering. In the meantime, I am probably going to live stream me drinking wine. Highly exciting stuff, I think you can agree. And in fact, I can chat through a bit about what's been happening with Brexit for people who don't want to wade through 200 post threads. And I don't blame you. So, Brexit, what is it? Why is it? How have we got here? Why does the Danny Glover gif seem so bloody appropriate at the moment? You know... Gotta wait for Giffy, sorry. Yeah, that didn't narrow it down. Here it is. Okay, this GIF sums up Brexit like nothing sums up Brexit. For anybody who comes into British politics at this point, this is what the UK has got to look like right now. It is a freaking nightmare. Everything is burning. It really is. So, how did we get here? What is it all about? For that, we need to step back to, believe it or not, technically I think we need to step back to the 1600s, actually. The birth of the British Empire. It's weird. Britain created an empire, deposed a couple of kings, had a parliament, had something approaching a democracy, and we ended up with an empire and a constitutional monarchy. So what we've got is a system where the Queen in Parliament is sovereign, which is a very fancy way of saying that the Queen, as the head of state, is the supreme power in the country, but her power is delegated to Parliament. In practice, the Queen only has those powers Parliament is willing to give her, but Parliament has pre-approved those powers, and it would be extremely difficult for Parliament to take them back. They can, but it would provoke a huge constitutional crisis, and essentially the only way now would be to depose the monarchy. I'm not against that, but it's not up on the books at the moment. So we've got an interesting situation where the Queen and Parliament is sovereign. What has that got to do with anything? What has that got to do with 1600 Empire? Right, so we need to travel forward now to just after Victoria, where we got a situation of the Empire, Parliament, Queen, and Parliament being sovereign. We go, Victoria dies, King comes in, First World War happens, and at this point the Empire is already crumbling anyway. First World War hastens that process, but most importantly, it's a war on the European mainland. It's hardly the first war on the European mainland, but it's the first war using modern technology, should we call it. But it's the old clash of empires using modern technology, and it shows. And it was called the War to End All Wars, and it's only a matter of less than 30 years later we're in the Second World War, which of course is a global spanning war, but from the British point of view, the European point of view, the action is on the European mainland again, in Western Europe again. But this time it is the death of empires. It is the death of the British Empire. We essentially, through one means or another, either give up our old colonies or our old colonies break away from us as a result of the Second World War happening and events prior to that. And it sees the decline of the UK as a global power, as it should be. And at the same time, the fallout, the events of the Second World War provoked a massive rebuilding exercise within the continent of Europe. Because everybody realised that what created the conditions for the Second World War was how Germany was treated with the treaty at the end of the First World War. The treaty at the end of the First World War used the old forms from the Wars of the Empires, and those forms were that the losing side paid reparations to the winning side, such that it beggared the losing empire so they couldn't go back to war that quickly. The reality is that it depressed living conditions so much it left open their eyes for Nazism, which obviously happened. Economics played a huge part in the rise of Nazism in Germany. It's in a weird way. So yeah, Second World War happened. Leaders having a bit more sense. A surprise, they decide that this time to actually stop this happening again, they needed both a change in how they view the end of war, but more importantly, a change in how you do political structures. So massive amounts of money went into rebuilding Europe, and massive amounts of money went into rebuilding West Germany as it was at the time, and basically teaching Germany about what had just happened to Germany, why Germany had ended up with Nazis, and it's why Germany is very, very sensitive about the subject. They are, rightly so, I would say, heavily opposed to the rise of the far right. And there's very strict laws in Germany about the symbols that played in relation to the far right and Nazis. And the Germans are very, very aware of how quickly the far right can rise and just how dangerous. So, I mentioned before, there's a political process to try and stop another war in Western Europe, another land war in Western Europe. This enterprise would end up being the European Union. It was a sort of political project from the get-go, but also economic. Because, of course, economics were partly what led to the rise of Nazism. It was partly what led to a lot of the problems in Europe anyway. There were many other problems. It didn't just lead to anything. So it was put together as a way for all the nations under its umbrella to trade with each other in a manner that was fair and had a dispute process that everybody could use, everybody could access on equal terms. But it was also a political process that tied people together in bonds of peace. And it worked. No, the UK wasn't an original member. We didn't join until much later on. We got knocked back on our first attempt. It was France who vetoed our entry. I can't remember who. I think it was de Gaulle. Might have been, but I can't remember. I'm not looking it up. Too old and too damn lazy. Too full of bloody goodness. But yeah, we got in on our second attempt. We held a referendum. Wilson government? In one of those really weird twists. I'll look that up, actually. First referendum to join Europe. So, yeah, it was the 1975 European Communities Membership Referendum, as you can see on the screen. That was the year I was born, incidentally. Who was the government? Right, so he had taken us into the European Community Common Market thing. What he was at the time. Labour was in power. Who was the damned Prime Minister, though? So yeah, it was de Gaulle vetoed our membership. I swear it's Wilson, but it doesn't sound right for some reason. So it was with the Wilson government. I should have known that. I've got too many names in my head, and names go boom my memory. Anyway, so yeah, Wilson held referendum, advisory referendum on formally ratifying our entry into the European Economic Area, as it was at the time, etc. Funnily enough, if I remember right, Wilson actually held the referendum on not going in, lost the vote, and in we went. The Labour government eventually fell. 1979, Thatcher took over. Stayed in power until 92. Thatcher was pretty pro-EU. A lot of people don't realise that, but Thatcher was actually pro the European Union. She gave it a fair knocking. Mostly, some of it was, as we said, it was deserved. The EU kind of gets to be a bit of a political bloated mess. But when you consider that the primary purpose of the EU is to stop a land war amongst its member states, it has been wildly successful in doing that. But yeah, 91, 92, somewhere on there, Thatcher is deposed by the Conservative Party. Major steps in, wins a general election against all odds, and manages to ratify the Maastricht Treaty, which was being blocked by his own party. He did it on a back me or sack me no confidence vote in his own government. It was a seriously ballsy move. I am not a huge fan of Major's government, but Major himself is a decent enough bloke, and I'm not going to knock him. He had the courage of his conviction, I wish I could say that about more politicians, to be honest, and more PMs. So yeah, Major was fairly pro-EU. Not entirely smooth sailing. As I said, Maastricht Treaty really riled up the Eurosceptic party. And the Eurosceptics in the Tory party had been not hugely vocal since the Wilson loss. But they had been muttering in the background while Thatcher was in power. They became very vocal when Major was PM, because they considered PM to be weak, Major to be weak. It shocked them, I think, when Major actually won the general election, and it really shocked them when he went for that vote of no confidence. It needed 40 Tory MPs voting against Major, at least the 40 Eurosceptic Tory MPs who had been voting against Major to carry on voting against him. That would have toppled Major in the government. In fact, 39 MPs, Eurosceptic MPs, changed their votes and supported the government, which knocked Euroscepticism on the head for a little bit within the Tory party. It carried on being a thing, but the Major government fell in 97. Tony Blair took over at the head of a whopping Labour majority, and Labour was very, very pro-EU. Labour was incredibly pro-EU. In fact, to the point of they were talking about joining the euro at one point. So you go through the Blair years, and you see a strain of Euroscepticism that rises in this country within the public. That's fuelled by Farage, but it's also fuelled by a lot of racist and xenophobic rhetoric, all based around supposed unlimited migration into this country. In fact, we don't have unlimited migration into this country. We've got managed migration into this country. And that's under current EU rules and laws. We are perfectly entitled to manage migration into this country. But it's a favourite talking point of MPs who want to reach that Eurosceptic and xenophobic vote to claim that we don't, that we let anybody in. Load of bollocks. But there we go. So Blair stayed in power up until Brown took over. Brown fell in the general election of 2010. And the coalition government of Cameron and Clegg came in. They were also pro-EU, but Eurosceptic voices in the country continued to grow. Farage, UKIP, etc. Cameron won the general election with a very, very slim and not workable majority in 2015. And because UKIP was snapping at the Conservatives' heels and had actually stolen a lot of their vote share, it's why the Conservative seat majority was so slim in the 2015. Cameron panicked and he went for a referendum on our EU membership, thinking that he was going to win it, that he thought that Remain would come out ahead, because Remain was ahead in the polls at the time. And 2016 saw the referendum result come back Leave, because the referendum campaign was falling, and the Leave campaign, part of it was based on, as parliamentary inquiries have found, as Electoral Commission said, lies. Legal activity as well. But anyway, the advisory referendum was held, Leave was the result, and you had parties rushing off going, vote for us, we will take you out of the EU, Leave means leave. Shame is, nobody had actually defined what the EU actually meant or looked like. And so, Theresa May, who took over from Cameron, because Cameron resigned after the debacle of losing the referendum, I'm terribly sorry, somebody just pinged possible leak. I will have to look at that. Oh, not quite. So yeah, May said leave meant leave. Triggered the Article 50 process immediately, which gave us 2 years to negotiate before we would have to leave the EU. and then decided from that point that they would start the negotiations on the withdrawal agreement. The withdrawal agreement is the process that determines how our relationship with the European Union is going to be while we negotiate our future relationship. It's not actually our future relationship, it is just the details of the divorce. How much we're going to pay that we were due to pay anyway. How we sort out the border between Ireland and Northern Ireland. That kind of thing. And it kept on getting voted down in the Houses, in Parliament, because Labour was opposed, all the main parties were opposed. The ERG, which is the European Research Group, put that in quotation marks, very, very hard right-wing element of the Eurosceptic part of the Tory party, who wanted basically no deal Brexit. They wanted us out without a divorce agreement. And the DUP, who didn't want a land border in... no, who are perfectly happy with a land border in Ireland, I think, but don't want Northern Ireland to be tied to the regulatory conditions of Ireland, which would be required under the backstop. DUP claim that this would take Northern Ireland away from the UK. In fact, it's because it would strengthen the case for reunification of Ireland. So, you know. But anyway, May failed repeatedly to get a withdrawal agreement through. Eventually, she had to drop it, and internal politics of her own party saw her essentially move from position to offer her resignation. Johnson eventually won a leadership contest, promising to take us out with no deal, and thought he could bounce that past the Parliament, whose only thing they've ever been able to agree on since the 2000 general election is that they will not allow the UK to leave with no deal. They can't agree on anything else to do with Brexit, but they agree that we will not leave without a deal. So now we're in a situation of Johnson's power playing games with a guy named Cummings, who claims no game theory. I have said this on my Brexit thread. Cummings knows game theory the way a banana knows Bohemian Rhapsody. They might be in the same room as each other. You're never going to get to banana doing Wayne's World to Bohemian Rhapsody. It doesn't matter how high you pump it up. Ain't happening. Cummings does not know fucking game. Right? He does know how to bully people. But that don't work in Parliament. You don't get to be an MP if you're spite. And it hacked off his own party, and, well, you know. Yeah, here we are. You know, Johnson came in first day saying people who vote against my motion, who vote in favour of the Ben bill, or at least Tories who vote in favour of the Ben bill, will have the whip removed from them. That means they will no longer be Tory MPs. They carry on being MPs, they just won't be Tory MPs. They won't be part of the Tory party, technically, well, the parliamentary party. So they are, and there is something up on my screen. I am going to have to cut out for a second. Can't see that. Right, sorry about that. Right, so, what was I saying? Yeah, I'm sorry, I just need to check on a window somewhere. I need to switch off notifications on a bloody window. What was I saying? So yeah, Johnson tried to bully Parliament. In the end, 21 Tory MPs rebelled against him, lost the whip, and so he lost 21 MPs in a government that was already in the minority. So now he's down to 280 MPs. He's proroguing Parliament, which essentially means he's closing down Parliament for 5 weeks. We'll reopen in a new session on October the 14th with the Queen's speech. October the 16th, if he hasn't got an agreement with the EU, he has to write to the EU and request an Article 50 extension. Except it's not going to be that simple. He's saying he's going to die in a ditch before he asks for extension. You know. That should have got that from them. Okay, right. So I can put the screen back on again. Oh yeah, it was Chrome was notifying me on things it was not meant to be displayed on the screen. Anyway, so what was I saying? Yeah. So yeah, we're in a situation where I've clicked on the wrong screen. Ooh. So essentially, Johnson is hemorrhaging MPs, he's hemorrhaging ministers. So what was I saying? So yeah, we're in a situation of a nightmare. We've had a couple of successive Tory governments now that are determined to get Brexit passed a Parliament that won't allow their version of Brexit through, and is essentially heading towards a constitutional crisis because although we don't have a codified constitution, we do have a constitution. And although our branches of government aren't as separate as they are in the US, they still exist. So we still have the legislature, which is Parliament itself, the Commons and the Lords. The Lords less so than the Commons, I should say. And then you've got the executive, which is the government itself, and then you've got the judiciary, of course. Yeah, that is where we are at the moment with Brexit. It's why it's a nightmare. You don't know what's going to happen next because there's no friggin' adults in the room on the government side. there's so much playing. Both Conservative and Labour, the parties are heavily split down both sides, or in the middle, really. Both have very strong Leavers, both have very strong Remainers, general moderates in between. But it's the extremes of the party that have control of the party, based on just numbers within the House. So everybody's kind of running on spoiler votes. It's kind of, yeah. If I had to describe it, I would describe it as nightmarish hell that when the political dust blows over is going to result, I think, in a very different looking political system. I'm not sure how. I don't think we can go back to the political system we had. We haven't had a government that's been returned from a general election with a workable majority since 2005. Our political system has been broken for a long time. So something's going to have to change on it. The question is what? What's going to settle out the dust of this? What is the next general election going to bring? Is the next general election going to bring another minority Tory government that needs a coalition to get stuff through, but no longer has anybody can get into a coalition with because the DUP don't have the number? Or is it going to be a rainbow coalition of Labour, SNP, Lib Dem, Greens? Which is essentially a government of national unity at that point. We just don't know. But it's going to be interesting to find out, I guess. That's all we can say on it, really. So we're just waiting for the debate in Parliament to round up. It won't be much longer now. 11 minutes, I guess, and then we'll be moving on to the early motion. Early gen. I have drunk exactly almost that much wine. Make of that what you will. Time on the clock is 21. And pop the clock back on. I don't really share the screen. There we go. The current time for me is 21:35. The stream is 7 seconds. I will be back shortly. Sorry, I'm just trying to remember what the sign for dog is. Myself. Stella Creasy, by the way, is currently speaking to the consultation that's meant to be held on in reforming abortion law in Northern Ireland, actually allowing women to access abortion. Consultation is meant to be being held, but there's absolute bloody details from the government on what's happening, who's been consulted, the time frame. I mean, the reports are due in 35 days, I believe she said, so... Anyway, people. Ping and a half, ping and a ping. Right then. The Northern Ireland debate is reaching its end. I block back off the screen. I will just have a quickly check. That wine's bloody good. I'm just going to have a quick check to see if anything's up to date on Twitter. I'm not seeing anything. But I'm saying that the early motions is still going to be covered, so we'll bring Brand back up. Go. Oh, Lisa Force just had a maiden speech. I wondered why you... I don't know why I didn't spot that. Too busy reading the pings, I think. Hey, hi, Modified Nugget. I am currently waiting for the next part of the Brexit shenanigans today. Earlier on today, if you don't know me, I am the fat woman who does the very, very weird Brexit threads on Twitter. Today, shenanigans has seen two motions filed, emergency motions filed under Standing Order 24. Second one not too important, but the first one very much is. The Grieve motion requires the government to publish all documents and advice and private chats it had about proroguing Parliament and the Yellowhammer report. Proroguing Parliament is closing down Parliament, this time for 5 weeks, and then a new session will start in 5 weeks. The reason why it's controversial is that it's proroguing Parliament at a time when we are facing crashing out of the EU with no deal. It's something that Boris Johnson wants us to do, but it's something that Parliament doesn't want us to do. Essentially, by closing down Parliament, Johnson was hoping to avoid the democratic will of Parliament, which is sovereign, or at least the Queen of Parliament is sovereign. And so this week and last week has seen a lot of Brexit shenanigans, even by the standards of Brexit. The government has reportedly said tonight they are not going to comply with the motion that was passed earlier on today. They're not going to publish the information, which means that we could see a government that, when Parliament resits on the 14th of October, being found in contempt of the House. What the consequences of that will be, I don't know. That all depends on the contempt motion that gets filed itself. In the meantime, they're just discussing something on Northern Ireland. The 90-minute debate is finished, and we are... Sorry, hang on. What the? We're onto the parliamentary buildings, Bill. Where's the early general election motion? I'm sorry, I'm going to have to look this up. Okay, so right, yeah. What was I saying? Yeah, we don't know what's going to happen with the contempt motion, basically because you have to wait until you see what's in the contempt motion. The second motion, not that important. What is coming up is, oh gosh, we do have the Parliamentary Buildings Restoration and Renewal Bill. Oh god, that's an hour. Anyway, sometime this evening, we could be looking at the early morning at this rate, there is going to be a motion calling for an early general election that Boris Johnson cannot hope to win. So, okay, the reason why the Queen is allowed to do anything with Parliament, we have to jump back way in history. So, originally, we were a monarchy. The King had the divine right to rule. That was uncontested until, I think, the first Parliament about 1,000 years. Here's my voice again. Since then, there's been various tussles back and forth between Parliament and monarchy. We've seen a couple of kings deposed, their heads chopped off. The most famous one being the rebellion led by Cromwell. Cromwell turned out to be a bit of a bastard. The end result was that when everything shook out, we had a parliament and a monarchy, and the parliament, because essentially a monarchy by itself was seen as being too disruptive, it had led to a civil war, and then a parliament by itself was seen as too destructive and it led to a monarch coming back. So a compromise solution was sought where the monarch remained as head of state, but her powers were only, or his powers at the time, were only granted to them by Parliament. In theory, Parliament can remove those powers from the sitting monarch. It would provoke a constitutional crisis to do so, but they could. But realistically, any attempt to limit the powers of the monarch now would, in this, basically mean having to depose the monarch and move into a republic of some kind. But yeah, the reason why the Queen has the power she has is for really, really weird historical reasons. I happen to agree with you. I don't think we need a royal family. I don't think we need a head of state. As far as I can tell, head of state seem to only exist to appear in photos these days. You know, our Parliament is more than capable of appointing any random somebody to sign treaties. You know, it could just be somebody appointed on that day to sign the treaty, and then they could just bugger off again. I agree, we don't need a monarchy at all. And the sooner they're gone, the better. But in the meantime, as it's not pest, then Ian Dunt, I'm on the wine because it's turning out to be a bloody long night. That's about where he gave up and hit the wine, so. Oh my god, I've got to come back up to the top of Dunt's stream. Oh my god, he does even Twitter feed. Oh, hi. Oh, that's his shed, that's right. Brexit isn't just an embarrassment, it is a shit show of epic proportions. It is the shocked Darlie Glover gif. Just writ wide. Our country is burning and successive governments have been pissing petroleum onto this fire. It's like, why? I mean, I know why. It's it starts with David Cameron running scared of the far right and Farage in 2015. They really ate into his vote share. The general election 2015 turned Tory majority government, but only with a very slim majority. Much lower than predicted, and Cameron panicked and called the referendum. And yeah, the shit's rolled downhill ever since. I think it doesn't help as well. It hasn't helped that for 14 years our current electoral system has not worked. we haven't had a general election return a government with a workable majority since 2005. And this isn't a temporary thing. I mean, politicians are acting like this is a temporary blip, but 14 years is a long time. It's not temporary. This is long term. And that, and for 11 years of that was before the referendum. Now, we've now had 3 years of a referendum that has split this country down the middle, but hasn't split it down the traditional political lines. So you've now got one set of old political allegiances across the country that are now further split by Leave and Remain. So it's just turned into a quagmire. So everybody's kind of guessing on what the next election is going to throw up as a result. I mean, predictions are varying wildly from Conservative minority government with a very, not really MPs anywhere else to form a coalition government, so they probably couldn't stay in power, to the most hung of hung parliaments, where you're probably looking at some kind of rainbow coalition, assuming we don't go straight back to the polls. So, but really, we need, we need something to change with Brexit. My personal choice is revoke Article 50, stop this shit show now, let the dust settle, and let's see what we've got of our political system at the moment and go from there. I think our political system needs to be radically overhauled. I know that Git Clegg agreed to a referendum on AV, that's the alternative vote system. I call him a Git. He was party leader of the party, I'm a member of the Lib Dems, and he settled for a referendum on AV when the party policy was for proportional representation, single transferable vote as a minimum. Single transferable vote systems tend to produce what kind of results we're getting now, which is hung parliaments. But the point about them is that it's meant to promote a style of government that is not adversarial like Westminster is, but a lot more cooperative. So the idea is that with PR systems, you're never going to 100% agree with the people you're your coalition partners with. You find ways to work through issues and you focus on the important things. I mean, that's the theory. The practice doesn't quite work well as that. I mean, every so often PR systems return majority governments do, but it's better than what we got now. So. Well, I don't think I'd ever say I'd have any sense of being proud of being British, but I'm kind of weird. I don't like subscribing to nationalities. I know that sounds very, very strange, but I grew up... I mean, my grandfathers, both of them, served during the Second World War. My parents were children of the generation after. I grew up with the Second World War and the First World War being a major part of our history curriculum. And I've grown up during the 80s, so famine in North Africa, a lot of ethnic cleansing and wars in North Africa, the Iron Curtain, communism, apartheid, and then the end of apartheid, the end of communism, the fall of the Iron Curtain, the Berlin Wall being torn down. And I've seen the EU being a positive force in many ways. I mean, it's got its issues. I mean, my God, it's got its issues. But being a very positive force, whereas I'm always see nationalism as being quite the opposite, as being very, very, very divisive. So I've never exactly been proud of being British or Welsh, for that matter. I mean, I'm Welsh. My accent, I suppose, doesn't show it, but no, I'm not. I'm not ashamed of being Welsh either. It's just not. Yeah, I think it leads too much to nationalism. I think it all depends. I think everybody of every generation focuses on the events that sum up their childhood, their teens, their early 20s. And so there'll be events for you like that that aren't going to be the same for me. I mean, it's like I remember being in university and the Srebrenica massacre going on, the genocide in where was Srebrenica? I want to say Croatia. That sounds about right, doesn't it? Sorry, I've been drinking some very good wine tonight, so I can't remember. Bosnia and Herzegovina. So yeah, I grew up with the Srebrenica massacre, the snipers shooting people in the city, and the massacre of Muslims in Croatia and Bosnia. I remember Serbia aggression. I remember the wars into Serbia. And so yeah, these are all things I grew up with. Oh, Burko is back, so that means we must be moving on to emotions. Right then, here we go. We are on to points of order. Go. The best world work. So yeah, I've been 18. So you would have been 4 since the last time there's been a stable government in this country. Damn, that's going to be hard. And that's something politicians don't understand, by the way. You know, there are people coming up to vote like you, never voted before, who have never seen a stable government in power. The closest we've come is a coalition government. Oh my god, that's good. Yep. Oh, that's spot the spotlight. It's funny that I closed one eye to spell, but never mind. I guess for language though. Right, whilst this tit is witching on, I am going to open the front door. I'm sweating gobs here. I'll have to check it on my other phone. What's it do? Oh yes. Right then, I will just No, that's strange. I thought Parliament. Hey.
There is such a deal,
Sorry,
Mr.
sound.
let alone any worked out proposals
There we go.
presented to Parliament for scrutiny. No wonder they're so keen to prorogue so early to avoid any scrutiny of what they're doing. The only conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the only conclusion that can be reached, and it is backed up by all the leaked reports in the press, is that the government's pretensions to negotiate are nothing but a sham. The Prime Minister knows full well there is no mandate for no deal, no majority support for it in the country, and no majority support for it in this House. But he refuses to rule it out and refuses to set out any proposals to avoid it. Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious issue. The Prime Minister is running away from scrutiny. Running away from scrutiny with his blather and his shouting. Many people, Mr. Speaker, including the member for Hastings and Rye, are in conclusion that no deal is his only answer. But he has no mandate for that, and the last general election gave no mandate for no deal. The 2016 referendum gives no mandate for that. And, Mr. Speaker, the co-convener of the Vote Leave campaign said in March this year, and I quote, "We didn't vote to leave without a deal." He is now the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. No deal is opposed by every business group, every industry group, every trade union, and has been opposed in votes in this House. I want to turf out this reckless government. This government that is driving up poverty, deepening inequality, scapegoating migrants, whipping up divisions, and failing this country. A general election isn't something for the Prime Minister to play about with for propaganda points, or even his very poor quality posts on social media. So perhaps the Prime Minister can, which could be the last time in this session of Parliament, answer some questions. Firstly,
Order, Mr. Philp. You're very loud and rancorous. Calm down, young man. You're getting very overexcited. Very, very overexcited. Very overexcited. Very overexcited. You can do a lot better than that. You must try to do so. Jeremy Corbyn. We're great.
Questions, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, to the Prime Minister, where are his proposals for renegotiations? Where are they? When were they published? What is their content? Secondly, since if he seeks a no deal, why doesn't he argue for it and seek the mandate for it that it so far does not possess? There is not a mandate for no deal. No, I'm not giving way. Thirdly, if as he claims, he is making progress.
Mr. Speaker, if the right honourable gentleman really wishes to avoid a no-deal Brexit, can he explain why he is unwilling to call an election, go to Brussels and seek to...
Order! Mr. Doherty Hughes, calm yourself. Is the Prime Minister order? Is the Prime Minister satisfied that he's made his intervention, or does he, or does he wish to complete it?
Complete it. Yes. Well, I'd like to know, Mr. Speaker, if the honourable gentleman wishes to avoid a no-deal Brexit, why does he not call an election, get a mandate, go to Brussels and negotiate a deal himself? What's his objection to that?
Because, Mr. Speaker, we're the responsible party in this room. We don't want to crash out with no deal. And there is also, Mr. Speaker, the issue, of course, of trust in a Prime Minister who is unable to answer any questions and is desperate to Parliament to avoid any scrutiny. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, if he is making progress, as he told the House last week, why did the Taoiseach tell the Prime Minister only this morning he was yet to receive realistic, legally binding and workable plans? That was only this morning. The Prime Minister must be able to remember it. Perhaps he could explain why the Taoiseach felt the need to say that. I realise the desperation of the Tory party when all they can do is rearrange the mics on the Titanic. And finally, since Mr. Speaker, he didn't bother to turn up for the... Mr. Speaker, if I could just inform, with great respect, the members opposite, I've no intention of giving way to any of them, okay? And finally, Mr. Speaker, since the Prime Minister didn't bother to turn up for the previous debate, will he respect the law and implement the EU Withdrawal No. 6 Act if he has negotiated an agreement backed by this House on the 19th of October? This Parliament is not a platform for the Prime Minister's games. No, it's a chamber in which the elected representatives of the people hold the executive to account. That is what parliamentary democracy is about. The Prime Minister has been asked 4 simple questions. Mr. Speaker, I'm not giving way.
Order. Mr. Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister is talking up no deal to one wing of his party and talking up getting a deal to another wing of his party. The sad reality is he's not preparing adequately for the first and not negotiating at all for the other. On Sunday, Mr. Speaker, the 15th, it's UN International Day of Democracy, when the UN celebrates governments being held accountable to their national parliaments in a democracy. This government is only interested in shutting down Parliament to avoid any scrutiny. His obfuscations and evasions are being rumbled, both at home and abroad. And that is why he doesn't answer questions. And he's so keen to avoid any scrutiny. Tonight, he will be attempting to prorogue Parliament for one of the longest prorogations there have ever been. Shutting down Parliament, shutting down democracy, avoiding questions, taking this country over a cliff of a no-deal exit with all the damage that will do to many of the poorest and most vulnerable communities in our society, and all the damage it will do to trade and jobs, all because he wants to take this country into the direction of a trade deal solely with the USA rather than anybody else. Mr. Speaker, we are not walking into traps laid by this Prime Minister.
Mr. Jeremy Lefroy.
indeed, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to be extremely brief. And that is simply, and if I could ask the Right Honourable Member who will be concluding on behalf of the Government, just one or two questions. If we do vote for a general election tonight, it will mean that we enter into new types of rules. There will be PERDA, there will be other things, there will be rules upon the civil servants. What I would like to know, because I've heard from his very lips, the Prime Minister's strong contention that he is in favour of a deal, is negotiating hard for a deal, and I absolutely believe him in this. What I would like to hear from the government is how this can be pursued and prosecuted in the course of a general election, in which I believe also that the opposition would have to some extent be at least kept informed. That is all I want to ask, because I think it's a very important point at a time during a general election when everybody is so consumed with campaigning, quite rightly. How are we going to be able to prosecute these negotiations and also deal with the matters of keeping everybody, including the Leader of the Opposition, informed?
Thank you. Mr. Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I say it's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman from Stafford, and let me commend him for the way that he has behaved with dignity in his intervention tonight. Can I say to the House, this is an absolutely crucial time for all of us. It's an absolutely crucial time for all our constituents. Of course, there are strong opinions, and there should be. Of course, we should have robust debate. Frankly, Mr. Speaker, I am utterly appalled and ashamed at what we've witnessed in this House this evening. And, you know, I can see members laughing, but all of us have a sense of responsibility. And remember this, we had the death of an MP a few short years ago. Too many members in this House are receiving death threats. Too many members of this House are getting verbal abuse outside this place. The leadership that we show, how we all conduct ourselves in this place, is very important. And I appeal to everybody to show restraint, to act in a dignified manner, and to show respect to each other. We owe that to all our constituents. I will go wait.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way, and I do believe he says what he says with total sincerity. And in that spirit, was he ashamed that a member from his benches, when the Prime Minister was on his feet, shouted out the words, "You're a liar"? And another member from the Labour benches shouted at the Prime Minister, "You're a thug." Does he agree that those things bring the House into disrepute?
Mr. Speaker, I'm appealing to all members to behave in a way which is respectful to colleagues and respectful to our constituents. You know, I have to say I listened very carefully to what the Prime Minister said. I will not ask for another extension. I will not ask for another extension. Mr. Speaker, just dwell on these words. Because the Prime Minister is saying with those words that he's going to ignore an Act of Parliament, that he is going to ignore the law. And I would simply say to the Prime Minister, be careful. Be careful. You occupy the highest office in the land. And what you're demonstrating to the people of the United Kingdom is that the law doesn't matter. That's a very serious situation to be in. And I ask the Prime Minister to think again, to think very carefully, or be prepared to pay the consequences of it.
My house is just slowly falling apart. Don't mind the rattling sounds. Do not mind the person behind the curtains.
Government in a country, say Georgia or Moldova or in Latin America, Tory MPs would be lining up to pontificate about that country being a failed state. But because a union flag has been wrapped around it with the usual Tory jingoism, they think it's all A-OK. Well, look, I am deeply concerned about what is happening, and I'm deeply concerned about the proroguing of Parliament. and the fact that the government has pushed through this proroguing of Parliament on the votes of 3 members of the Privy Council, against the express wishes of the majority members of this House. That does concern me, and as Democrats it should concern us all. Mr Speaker, I said last week, and I'll say it again, the SNP wants a general election. We want the opportunity to bring this government down, and we're going to take it. We want the opportunity for the people of Scotland to have their voices heard, to make their choice over their futures. And Mr Speaker, we want the opportunity to stop this Prime Minister from ripping us out of the European Union against our will. Can I say to the Honourable Gentleman...
Order! The Right Honourable Gentleman shouldn't have to do so. You are a most statuesque figure, Mr Kaczynski, and therefore you're very readily visible and sometimes audible. I very gently say to you, because you're generally a very good-natured fellow, that it is quite inappropriate when standing at the bar of the House also to be bellowing. Stand and look impressive rather than yell, man. That would be my advice. Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We want the opportunity to stop this Prime Minister from ripping us out of the European Union against our will. Members can jeer all they want, but this Prime Minister has lost Scotland.
Hear, hear.
The Prime Minister has lost the support of the old Scottish Tory leader.
Yeah.
Writing tonight in the Evening Standard, Ruth Davidson has landed a blow on the Prime Minister. Things are really that bad for the Prime Minister and for this shambolic, failing Tory government. Mr Speaker, the matter is simple. We want an election, but we don't want it on the Prime Minister's terms. This is a Prime Minister obsessed with running down the clock. A Prime Minister who cannot be trusted. A Prime Minister who is seeking to trap Parliament tonight so he can drive us off the cliff edge. Well, Mr Speaker, we are not falling for it. The Prime Minister thinks he can treat Parliament however he wants. He thinks he can ignore the people of Scotland, to treat our Scottish Parliament, our government, and our citizens as second-class citizens. Mr Speaker, Scotland will not be ignored. Scotland voted overwhelmingly to remain in the European Union. Scotland voted overwhelmingly for the SNP to oppose the Tory government here in Westminster. And Scotland will have the chance to vote to say that this Prime Minister, this government, does not represent the people of Scotland and our wishes. Mr Speaker, since the referendum, we have been treated with contempt, shouted down, our voices silent, our interests sidelined. Well, Mr Speaker, let me put the Prime Minister on notice. The election is coming. I give way.
The right honourable friend for giving way, but the fact he fails to tell the House, and I've said it before, in 2016 there was more people in Scotland voted to leave the European Union than voted for the SNP in the 2017 election.
Well, you can ask for more, and I can see the Prime Minister laughing. But let me tell you what happened in 2016. We had election to the Scottish Parliament, and the SNP won its third election on the trot. And we did that with a manifesto commitment that if there was a material change in circumstances, then the Scottish people had a right to have a referendum on their future. So my message to the honourable member from Ayr, to the Prime Minister, respect the will of the people of Scotland. Mr Speaker, once the threat of a no-deal Brexit is removed from the table, the SNP will act, and we urge others to act, to bring down the Tories, oust this Prime Minister, and let the people have their say. Once we're safe in the knowledge that we're not leaving the European Union on Halloween, the days of this government will be over. When we return in October, we expect the opposition to work together to bring this government to an end. We've had enough of this dictatorship, enough of the deceit, the fake news, the sham fighting, the games and the stunts, we've had enough. So I say to members, I say to people at home, across these islands who are feeling lost, forgotten, anxious and worried about the future, our time is coming. We will keep fighting for you. Where we can, we will work in the interests of the people across Scotland and the UK to protect our economy from the Brexit catastrophe. And we will create the circumstances, find a way to strip this government of power, end the democratic... Can I say to the honourable gentleman, if you wish to speak in the debate, you might try and attract the eye of the speaker. Shouting out like this, shutting down Scottish voices is not the way to go. Mr. Speaker, end the democratic deficit and give the people back control. An election is coming, and the SNP will assure that post the suspension period, when no deal is off the table, that the people of Scotland will have the opportunity to choose their future, to choose to be citizens who want to be part of Europe, to choose to live in a country that is outward-looking and welcoming, to choose to live in an independent Scotland focused on opportunity and fairness, free of broken Brexit Britain. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is warned. His days in office are numbered.
Sir Alan Duncan.
Mr. Speaker, I had no intention a few moments ago of speaking in this debate, but I would just like to say three things which I hope the House will take on board. The first is to appreciate the constitutional catastrophic significance of the Fixed Term Parliament Act. I tried in a 10-minute rule bill to repeal it in 2015, and we all understand why it came into being. It was to be the glue in the coalition government after the election of 2010. But it should have had a sunset clause. And the effect of this act is now to trammel this government and our Prime Minister in a very, very Kafkaesque trap, that is finding it very difficult to govern, but is unable to call a general election. And I very much hope that the first act, probably of the next Parliament, will be to abolish the Fixed Term Parliament Act. The second point is this. It's just to issue a word of caution about the danger that comes with mixing up the difficult and complicated, unresolved issue of Brexit with a potential general election. A general election is, by its very nature, general. We are all up for grabs. And all policies in a manifesto are also there for debate. But this has been, Brexit, the most divisive, poisonous, difficult issue of our life. And if we go into a general election with an unresolved Brexit, there is no way that a clear answer on Brexit can be said to emerge from that process. And quite possibly, because of the nature of Brexit and the way that it is pushing our entire post-Victorian party system into near collapse, and we may have four-way competitions in almost every constituency, we may find that it doesn't actually resolve the problem of government either. So I would ask this House to appreciate that we are in a dreadful bind, and that the binary politics of largely Labour and Conservative may be behind us, if not forever, at least for a very, very long time. And the third point is this. I've told my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, that despite some of our past differences, although we work together very closely in the Foreign Office, I will stick by the government. But I very much regret, and it's very painful, that 21 of the most decent members of Parliament, who I very much regard as kindred spirits, have lost the whip. And I would just ask the House to sort of imagine the scene. A slightly grotty Victorian building that passes as the headquarters of the local Conservative Association. Portraits on the wall of Disraeli, Churchill, Thatcher. Then perhaps a couple of blank spaces. And the chairman is there and the phone rings. And someone says, look, I'm a bloke from number 10, you've never heard of me, but I'm afraid your MP has been sacked. You must strike him off all the records, or her. You cannot talk to them now, and we're going to re-select someone straight away. The only response a self-respecting chair can give is, can I thank you very much for your call, young man. Now bugger off. So we must appreciate that still the constituency is an essential unit of our democracy. It is the building block which makes this House what it is. And there may, of course, be party rules, but we should be very careful about letting party rules be superseded by the control at the centre. So I very much hope that although many of the 21 will be standing down and it matters less to them, one second, it is not the case for some whose career should rightfully be ahead of them. So I very much hope that my right honourable friend and our party system through our chairman can appreciate that a route should be found back for those who wish to stand again, and that all immediate selections for an alternative candidate should be suspended so that it can be known that they have a chance. So, no, I'm not going to wait to anybody. So, Mr. Speaker, no. So, Mr. Speaker, those are the 3 points that I simply want to make. And I hope that as this House goes through what is a very difficult and painful process as we approach the election, that when it is recomposed after that election, we can appreciate the importance of legislation in this House and pay it proper attention so that members of Parliament can see that making law is probably their most important role as members of Parliament, and that political combat should take a second place. And if we do that, we then, I hope, will never again have the folly of the Fixed-Term Parliaments Act.
Very well. Point of order, Mr. Paul Scully.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I fear that my right honourable friend might have inadvertently misled the House in terms of the fact that actually every single member of this party that has lost the whip is still a member of the Conservative Party, unless they're chosen to cross the floor. And so the situation that he's described is not actually the case. And actually, I think it's important. So therefore, it's important to actually realise that the discussion that we're having is that we need to be in the place that we should be talking about.
I don't wish to be unkind to the honourable gentleman because I recognise that he feels that he's got a serious point, but it's not a matter for the chair, and the right honourable gentleman member for Rutland and Melton has, if I may say so, made a speech whose meaning is perfectly clear. So if the honourable gentleman wants to disagree with him, he can do so elsewhere, but it's not a matter that requires my adjudication. I was absolutely clear what the right honourable gentleman was saying, and I don't think the House feels misled, if I may very politely say so. Jay Swinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is a delight to follow the Right Honourable Member for Rutland and Melton, who I think made a thoughtful contribution to this debate in what is an important time for Parliament, and may I say in some stark contrast to the beginning of this debate, which I'm afraid I do not believe was a very edifying spectacle for our constituents who are watching this and who are, many of them, worried about what is happening in our country right now. the braying, the bluster. Britain deserves better. I also want to commend the Right Honourable Member for Hastings and Rye for the brave decision that she took at the weekend. We are in exceptional times, and in the face of a Prime Minister who is prepared not only to shut out of his party more than 20 individuals who have given it great service, he is prepared to shut down Parliament, potentially flout the rule of law, and inflict on the British public the consequences of no deal as outlined in the Yellowhammer report. I think it is time that others in the Conservative Party also examine their consciences about what they can do and the role that they are playing in all of this. The Prime Minister, in his speech, goaded those of us on the opposition benches who disagree with his dash for an election, and he said it is because we are afraid that he will win. Well, I'd say to the Prime Minister, people in this country are afraid. They are afraid of a no-deal Brexit. They are afraid of a no-deal Brexit that his own government analysis, that he is trying to keep secret even in the face of this House voting for it to be published, says that there will be food shortages of fresh food and prices will rise, that there will be delays and disruption to fuel supplies in the southeast, and that there will be severe extended delays for medical supplies. So it is no wonder that people are afraid, and he should treat this matter with more seriousness.
Would she give way?
I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
Would she agree with me that instead of the government spending £100 million of taxpayers' money on propaganda, they should disclose the Yellowhammer and spend £100 million promulgating that to educate the public about the horror that faces us if we have a no deal?
Well, it's very clear that the government should release that report, and they have been instructed to do so by this House. I want to scotch the myth that he is putting about that a no-deal Brexit is in some way an end to this whole Brexit issue. As indeed Leo Varadkar made clear today, that would be a case of being back to the negotiating table, that a no-deal Brexit is just the beginning of many further years of negotiations. If people really want an end to this Brexit mire, the way to do that is to stop Brexit. I'll give way.
The Guardian, of which I'm an avid reader, says that the Lib Dems are poised to back revoking of Article 50 entirely. Is that correct?
I mean, the honourable gentleman cannot be surprised that the Liberal Democrats are a party that wishes to stop Brexit. And in a general election where we will stand to secure a Liberal Democrat majority, such a Liberal Democrat majority government would indeed revoke Article 50. I do not think he should be surprised by that position. Perhaps he should pay more attention. But this government and this Prime Minister have no mandate for a no-deal Brexit that they are trying to force on the British people. It is clear also from the resignations of the Right Honourable Members, both for Orpington and Hastings and Rye, that he has no plans for securing a Brexit deal. He is not entering into this in any spirit of seriousness, and I think that the speech by the Honourable Member for Stafford made this point exceptionally well. Because how does the Prime Minister seriously think that with the previous occupant of that role having tried to negotiate a deal over the course of 3 years, that he and he alone can achieve in 4 weeks what she failed to do, and he can fight a general election at the same time? What arrogance! If he were serious about getting a deal, he would be negotiating hard in Brussels, not running away from the responsibility of the job that he now holds, that he said he wanted for such a long time. Now, the Right Honourable Member for Rutland and Melton, I think, made the excellent point that a general election cannot be guaranteed to resolve this issue one way or the other. The best way to do this is to hold a people's vote on the Brexit deal. That is the best way to resolve this crisis. To give people that choice of no deal, or to give people the choice of the Brexit deal that has been negotiated, or to remain in the European Union. But I do not believe there is a majority for any specific type of Brexit in this country, and we could determine whether that were the case or not in a people's vote. The Liberal Democrats are crystal clear. We want to stop Brexit. I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman for Cheltenham.
We'd be grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving way. The Honourable Lady says that she wants a second referendum, but the problem for the British people will be this. If the answer she gets is one that she doesn't agree with, the stated position of the Liberal Democrats is simply to ignore it. Again, that's not democracy.
I think he might do well to pay rather more attention to his constituents in Cheltenham and what they would like to see happen. But can I say an answer to his point? Of course I want us, Liberal Democrats want us to stay in the European Union. Of course we want that to happen. And we want people to have the choice to choose that option in a people's vote. We have argued for...
Order. There were points of order earlier in our proceedings about conduct that was very intimidating for members and in some cases members' families. I know that there are inflamed passions, but I just ask members to consider this. The Honourable Lady is trying to deliver a speech and doing so with her customary eloquence and fluency. No, with her customary eloquence and fluency. She shouldn't be shouted down, and she won't be. Stop it. Joe Swinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate that others in the House would like the Liberal Democrats to be silenced, and that will not happen on my watch, because we are crystal clear on Brexit. We want to stop Brexit, and that's why thousands of people across the country are joining the Liberal Democrats, including MPs from both the Labour and the Conservative parties. Now, whether it's votes in this House or ministerial colleagues, the Prime Minister is making a habit of losing. And although I believe that a people's vote is the best route to resolve this, I say to the Prime Minister, he can have his general election as soon as he secures an extension. Because otherwise, we risk the scenario where there is a general election where we might crash out of the European Union without a deal, either during or in the immediate aftermath of such an election, and with Parliament not sitting at those crucial moments, it would be the height of irresponsibility to dissolve Parliament at that time. Any general election must be undertaken in a period of calm, with an orderly approach, not in a period of national crisis. The Prime Minister is playing at this. In his speech tonight, he made it sound like this was sport, like this was a game. This is not a student debating society. This is about the national interest, about being sure that we avoid the risk of a no-deal Brexit, and that's why we will vote down his motion tonight.
Andrew Selous.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In normal circumstances, parliamentary democracy serves our country well. But in the last 2 and a bit years, I have been ashamed of the behaviour of this Parliament. A Parliament in which academic analysis referred to by the House of Commons Library points out that 409 out of the 650 constituencies had Leave majorities, and that was on an 80% turnout, far higher than any turnout that we are elected on at a general election. So over the last 2 and a bit years, we have a parliament that thinks it knows better than the public this parliament explicitly gave the decision to. We have a parliament that thinks it is acceptable to use representative democracy to defeat direct democracy. A direct democracy explicitly agreed.
Hey, tell me, I am doing my Brexit thread. I thought I would stream it while I'm typing it, so I am not alone. It's not the most exciting thing to see, I'll have to be honest, but for anybody who's ever wondered what it's like for me to do one of these Brexit threads, you're watching it right now. It's one hell of a lot of frantic typing, stuff on the TV, and I don't know, yeah, you can see all the tabs that are open at the top. Those are everything I keep an eye on. It's a nightmare. Damn it. And just to help. Not necessarily everybody's thing, but for me, the vino is very much definitely helping the pain right. So what's I tweet anything else about back for the vote? If you don't think of interest, otherwise I'll be back.
Borders and trade in a way that is orderly and supports jobs. And I want to see our negotiations turbocharged. We need a government with a mandate and a new parliament that will actually vote for something for a change. A new parliament that will work in the national interest for a good deal that respects the referendum result.
George Howarth.
Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Gentleman for South West Bedfordshire, and I find it a little strange that he criticises the House for not working on a cross-party basis. That is why we are here tonight. That is why so many of the parties in this House of Commons are going to oppose the government's motion. I think what he means is he wants cross-party working so long as the cross-parties work with him rather than between themselves. Mr. Speaker, in my time in this House, I've seen 7 Prime Ministers come and go. We are now on the 8th. I had enormous differences with many of them, but in every case up until now, I've always accepted that they acted in good faith and what they perceived to be the national interest. Before I go any further, Mr. Speaker, I should point out that what I'm about to say breaks 2 rules that I've set myself during this time in the House, my time in the House. The first one is to try to play the ball, or rather than the man or woman, and the second is never to take issue with the chair. I'm not about to break the second one, Mr. Speaker, but I will comment. On the role of the chair, Mr. Speaker, all of the speakers I've served under, I think you're the 4th, have always upheld the rights and privileges of members of this House, which you have done as well. And they've always behaved to uphold the constitution of our country and the rules and so on of this House, and they've all done it in their own distinctive way. I want to pay tribute, Mr. Speaker, to the way you've conducted yourself. You have stood up for the rights of this House. And often in the face of criticism from sometimes, usually on the government benches, you show great courage in carrying out your responsibilities, and I pay tribute to you. The second rule, which I'm about to break, brings me to the Right Honourable Gentleman, the member for Uxbridge and South Ruislip. He is, as everybody would agree, often entertaining. He does have, as I know from some experience with him, an enormous amount of stamina. But political leaders need to have 3 additional qualities. First, it's essential that they exercise good judgment. Secondly, They need to be trusted to follow a course of action that they genuinely believe is in the best interests of our country, even in circumstances when it might not be universally popular to do so. And thirdly, and I find this the most troubling part of the Prime Minister's speech tonight, they need to be absolutely clear that on no occasion would they contemplate breaking the law of the land. As sadly has been demonstrated in his short time as Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Gentleman has shown neither good judgment or any sense that he's willing to put what is in the best for our country ahead of his own personal ambition. Now, Mr. Speaker, in normal times, the logic of the case I've just made would be that I would support the motion before us today. But these are not normal times. The Prime Minister cannot be trusted to use the vacuum created by a general election to thwart the will of this House. If he's serious about coming up with a deal that will suit all of the concerns that we have, why are we in this House this time of night debating whether or not to hold a general election? Why isn't he in Brussels trying to get a deal? Why isn't he putting the interests of this country above his own political ambition? Let me be as clear as I can, Mr. Speaker. I desperately want a general election because the people of Knowsley deserve better than this squalid, mean and incompetent government. But to shut down Parliament for a general election at this critical point in our history would require us to trust that the Prime Minister would behave honourably. Mr. Speaker, I cannot take that on trust. I'll conclude, Mr. Speaker, with some words that the House will be familiar with, and those words are, "Cometh the hour, cometh the man." Well, Mr. Speaker, the hour has come, but certainly not the man.
Mr. Kevin Hollinray.
Pleasure to be called in this debate and to follow the honourable gentleman for Knowsley. I have lost count of the number of times in my travels through the beautiful constituency of Thirsk and Malton when I've been approached by people saying, "What on earth are you lot doing down there? Why can't you simply just sort it out together?" But the reality is there are three reasons why we can't. Number one, of course, there are an awful lot of Remain MPs in this Parliament. And I speak as a Remain Member of Parliament. I voted to remain. If there was another referendum, I would vote to remain again. But I do not advocate a referendum.
No problem. Thanks for coming along.
I also voted in this place to give the...
Oh my God, my shoulders are killing me typing this out. It is surprisingly hard work to type this quickly for this long.
When push comes to shove, there are...
And you'd think I'd remember. It's like the day after as I forget that it hurts this much. I know I'm aching, I just don't know why. Thank goodness for mine gets this, I guess. It allows me to continue doing this.
The opposition, of course, is the worst culprit for this. He claims now that to leave the European Union with a wrong deal would be catastrophic, despite the fact, for decades, he's campaigned to leave the European Union on any terms possible. And the reality is, of course...
The only problem with Brexit is it doesn't allow me a chance to catch it with what my friends are doing on Twitter.
Side of the House voted to pass that deal. Only 2% of members opposite voted for that deal. 5 members of Parliament. Too much party politics got in the way of a sensible deal.
Oh, they're so cool!
The final point is, I think it is in terms of Brexit perfection. Because there are 10% of the colleagues on this side of the House, for whatever reason, either the deal was too hot or too cold, we did not vote for that deal. It was not seen as the Goldilocks deal. Some people said it wasn't Brexit. Some people said, of course, that people voted for a completely clean break. But the reality is the Vote Leave campaign quite clearly said in their manifesto...
Yeah, it's... With me, I think it's because I'm having to hold myself in a certain position when I'm typing, and then I'm changing out of that stance to move across to the mouse. Or it could just be where I'm getting old. Actually, to be fair, it's where I'm getting old, isn't it? And thank you for the compliment. I'm not entirely sure I'd go as far as awesome, but yeah, people seem to enjoy them, so as long as people do and they find them. I mean, I do know, like politics in this country is so deeply opaque at the time. It doesn't. But, yeah, unfortunately, political commentators. Basically, you don't have the time every day to explain the basics of what's happening in the political system. So you kind of have, if you want to give in-depth commentary, you have to assume that the audience has stayed with you. But then it means anybody who has it, anybody who's coming in new, they don't know what the hell's going on and they don't know what you're talking about. So I'm sort of trying to hit that medium between making it sort of introductory and informative enough so people. That's occasionally held back by my own sort of like, oh my god, they say the same thing again. I don't want to tweet this. And to be fair, I'm not being paid for this, so if I don't want to tweet it, it don't get. It's like, oh my god, Johnson looked like he'd melted there. Don't see that bit. Bottle of wine goes back.
Simply political advantage that's getting in the way of that situation. Now there is an imperative now by keeping that deadline the 31st of October. Two imperatives. One is getting the deal with the European Union, the fact that there is that deadline in time of the 31st of October, but also an imperative in this House at that point in time when that deal comes back, which I believe the Prime Minister can deliver, that deal comes back to this House, members across this House will have a choice, either to vote for a deal or to vote for no deal, and then surely they'll choose a deal and we leave on the 31st of October.
Phil Wilson.
Speaker, first of all, can I just say that I'm sorry to see you go, because I know you've actually stood up for backbenchers in the last 10 years, and that's...
Yeah, I mean, it's like...
And it's just to wish you...
You need the spotter's guide to Brexit, and then there's some seriously heavy-duty LSD just to wrap your mind around people who would take us to this point.
When he says put it to the people, is consider that the people should be engaged.
I sometimes sit here and go, how the hell did we end up at this point? And the worst part is, because of like the history lessons I had as a kid, I can look at how we ended up at this point and trace this all the way back to like pre-1066. There's like a thread that runs through what is now UK politics that can be traced back to things like the Norman Conquest and before that, you know, Harold and things like that, Edward the Confessor. As a country, we are insane. At some point, we need to dump the baggage of our history and maybe look at something more modern than what we've got.
Go to Brussels and start negotiating. Bring back a deal you have promised this country, and put it to this House.
Yeah, it's nice to have the EU that turns around and just looks at the UK and saying, what are you doing? Will you please grow up? Not that anybody's in the UK is paying attention, but it would be nice if people in the UK.
Winston Churchill's grandson, his own brother, and
The problem is in the UK, I don't know when you moved abroad, but
the Prime Minister is actually...
We've had generations now of rhetoric, the rhetoric of the British Empire. For what is now coming up to 100 years since we haven't had an empire. Is that... It's like, I don't know. It's like the American rhetoric. What do they have?
The government will say it would be a betrayal of Brexit and of the British people if we do not deliver on Brexit. I'll tell you what is a betrayal.
I can't remember how it's described in US politics. But it's kind of like what used to be the divine right of king's jewels, that kind of thing. And there's a nasty strand of it that runs through UK politics. And it's tainted it since before the Second World War. And we're seeing the result of that now.
We need to resolve Brexit with the confirmation.
So 92 at 7.
That's how it began in 2000.
So you would have moved out at 7 when John Major became PM. The Berlin Wall had fallen, the Iron Curtain had gone.
And it should end with the people. Prime Minister, resolve Brexit.
It isn't so much that it's gone downhill since. It's just that the cloak's been ripped off. I was saying this before. Since 79, there's been a tendency of successive governments towards centrism politics, which is a philosophy. Thatcher put it best, that for most people, what most people want is for tomorrow to be like today. And that's centrism in a nutshell. Centrism politics is saying that the current structures that we got are fine, and any changes that are needed just needs tinkering around the edges to change things. Well, that's great if you're one of the haves. If you're one of the have-nots, then tinkering around the edges doesn't change any of the inherent inequalities built into the system. Well, none of that has been challenged since 79 or even before that, and it's led to massive tensions within society. And part of that, because of the redirection away from the real problems, which is the structures in UK society, it's been directed towards external sources like the EU and immigration, everything like that. And it's all wrong. And so, because of centrism, we are now sat here looking at the UK almost at the point where it's burning. You know, it's just weird.
Still hasn't answered the question which I posed at the beginning about the law of the land and who governs this country.
Yeah, things do get more expensive. The UK has a really weird inflation thing. Prices in the UK hold steady for like a really long time. You see like very, very small increases. And then there's a point where it breaks because they haven't kept up with inflation and they suddenly jump up. And everybody complains. And so for everybody, because there's a lot of private sector, everybody suddenly keeps their prices artificially suppressed again into the next sudden, earthquake jump in price.
That is the law of the land, and there is nothing in this bill that says otherwise. So very briefly, Mr. Speaker, I simply say this.
So UK in 2004, that was before Tony Blair called the general election in 2005. And that was the last time we had a single party stable government in the UK. 2005, so it came in the year before that. Sadly, again, Blair is actually part of the problem of this. Blair had such a thundering majority when he came in 97. He coasted on that, and he ended up on what ended up to be quite a centre-right platform, but remarkably authoritarian. Even by the standards of like Thatcher, this was a remarkably authoritarian government. And again, that in itself has led to Brexit. So, weird as that might sound, like Blair was quite authoritarian, very pro-EU. So it became very easy for people who was opposed to the authoritarian parts to blame it on the EU, because everything gets blamed on the EU.
Lost the respect of the country. and made us a laughing stock around the world. Prolonged uncertainty, as much as no deal.
Yeah, one of the major issues that's never been fully addressed with Brexit, especially no deal Brexit, is well, it's starting to come out now, but it's things like the farming industry. So you've got the so-called Garden of England, which relies heavily on migrational labour. And then as you move out from the southeast of England, it's less reliant on labour, seasonal labour, but then it becomes a lot more reliant upon tariff protected markets. So like I live in a part of the country that's very heavy lambing industry, and the only reason the lambing industry around here works is because of the tariffs on things like New Zealand lamb. We leave the EU, we strike up trade deals with New Zealand. New Zealanders have said, yeah, great, no problem, as long as you scrap all the tariffs on our lamb. And that's going to devastate our lambing economy here, so... Sorry, I can bore forever on Brexit. I feel like I've been steeped in this for years. I mean, I have since 2016. It's like, I mean, I've been interested in politics since, it's got to be about 82, when I was about 7, because in the UK, I don't know if you noticed on TV when you were still over here as a kid, but we had this programme called Newsround, and it was news that was aimed at kids. It wasn't dumbed down, it was just the same news that was in the adult news, it was just explained so that kids could understand it. And so like kids in my generation who grew up with Newsround grew up with things like the famine in Ethiopia, Live Aid, miners' strike, Thatcher's government, apartheid, the Cold War, Reagan. We grew up with all of that, and the IRA. We grew up with the decision that Jay Adams couldn't be allowed to be heard on TV. Adams not allowed to be heard on TV, and so every TV channel had voice actors on to voice Jay Adams when he did TV stuff. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people my age grew up watching politics, and some of us became politically active because of it. Yeah, we had like Blue Peter and stuff, and AT was, oh, I loved AT when I was growing up. Oh, so weird. Oh, there goes the level. Yeah, growing up, I had things like, what did I watch when I was a kid? There was Newsround, He-Man, A-Team, Airwolf a bit later on, Nightmare. Oh, I loved Nightmare. Nightmare was so good. It was brilliant. Ooh, bit of a barnstorm speech there by Ivan Lewis, but I won't cover it. Yeah, what else did I have on the head?
And I hear some of my honourable friends saying, what about...
No, gone from my head. Oh, see here, I did that. Yeah, there used to be, there still is actually a signing programme on called See Here, so I used to watch that as a kid as well. But mind you, UK TV back then was dire. Oh my god, it was bad. I am very glad I am not stuck with the TV that was back on then. Oh dear, oh dear. The internet has been such a lifesaver for me. Because I was a kid that grew up with cyberpunk as the promise of the future, and the internet's kind of like that.
But when I heard the speeches earlier, and they talked about how proud
oh, the good ZX Spectrum. Yeah, the first computer I got to use sort of like as my own. I mean, I shared it with my brothers, but kind of as my own rather than as my parents, was a ZX Spectrum 48K. My grandfather, my mother's father, gave us his old one as a Christmas present because he'd got the 128. So yeah, I grew up with the ZX Spectrum. I grew up gaming on that and learning how to program on that. I'm learning how to. I learned the basics of programming on the Texas Instruments, the TI. Oh gosh, I've forgotten the model number. 48 maybe? Something like that. And then the very, very first gaming platform I ever played on was the Atari. They really owned a Atari with the thumbstick and the one button. And Pong. Oh my god, Pong!
This question is not just one question, it is every question. The only way to answer it is to ask the British people. Ask them, who do they want as their advocates in this House? Who do they want speaking for them, not just on one issue?
The
question, Mr. Speaker, is who will stand up for the British people, will call an election.
I remember the magazines you could get. And they had the tapes on the front. You know, games that came with the magazines. And then inside as well, you had the programs. You could program yourself. And I really enjoyed those. And I ended up getting a book. The front of it was sort of like a choose your own adventure thing. But in the back was the code that you could put into a Speccy 48K. So you could actually play the game on the computer. And the code was bugged. It didn't work. And I never did get it working. I never could work out what the problem was, and I've never gone back to it since. And it's a shame. I would have kind of... It still like bugs me that I never got it to work. The book's still in my bedroom. I've still got it. At some point I am going to have to boot up my Sinclair emulator and try and work out why the program doesn't work where it was bugged. Because of course this was way past the day of patches, you know. And like, you forget with gaming these days. Oh, see, I was pre the semicolon days, or I suppose like between the semicolon days. Oh, we have a vote.
And the best way is to recognise a general election will not resolve it. As the member for Rutland made clear, what we have to do is put the issue back to the people. As the member, others have said, we need a people's vote, which is a choice, an informed choice.
Decision, that's alright. Division. I can't spell division, because I'm quite sure. Division.
The question is, thank you. The question is that there shall be an early parliamentary general election. As many as I've heard opinion say aye. Of the country, no. Division. Clear the lobby.
Sorry about that. My touch typing goes through the window when I've had a drink. It was quite fun. So yeah, programming. So I grew up with BASIC. Started with the BASIC on TI, the Texas Instruments. Went over to the Spectrum, which was virtually identical. And when I was finally able to start computer studies in school, which was when I was 14. So that would have been 1989. Our schools were still using the BBC micros, so that was the BASIC that was on there. So I carried on with that for my GCSEs until 16. Started my A-levels, and for the first few months on my A-levels we were still on the BBC micros, and this would have been like 91, so we're not talking like a huge amount of time ago. I mean, the micros by then were antiquated. And then 3 months into the A-level course they decided, no, we're going to change the computers to IBMs. Put in IBMs, put us onto QBasic, which wasn't too different to what I'd learnt, so I was able to keep up. And then out of nowhere decided, oh no, we're not going to do QBasic. You're going to have to do your computer's A-level project in Pascal, Turbo Pascal. not a single one of us in the class had ever done Pascal. And our teacher hadn't done Pascal since the 70s when he was in university. And the kicker was, they had brought a multi-user license, but not the manuals to go with it. And our teacher didn't have a clue about Turbo Pascal. So me and a friend of mine, we sat down, we taught ourselves Pascal on the PCs at school, and then we taught the rest of our class and our teacher as well. And what's bloody hilarious about that is, because we taught the teacher created a model project for the other students to work off of. And so when it came down to actually handing in our project, out of the 14 pupils in the class, 12 projects were virtually identical to each other because they followed the teacher's project. And then there was my project and my friend's project, completely different from everybody else's because we had taught Pascal to the teacher but not to the other pupils. But yeah, oh my god, oh those were weird days. Well then, next week. Oops. I'll have to decide as I do now. Parliament. Right. So yeah, Pascal. So yeah, we taught the teacher sort of like the basic of Pascal, but obviously because we were doing a computer project at the time, we were 3 months behind and we didn't know anything about the language going in. Both me and my friend were really behind, really against the clock to hand in our project. And I have a very idiosyncratic way of programming, or at least back then I did. What I know now is what I was trying to do was object-oriented programming in a programming language that could not do object-oriented programming because that did not exist at the time. What I was doing was, rather than sort of like the top-down or bottom-up approach that programming took at the time, very, very two-dimensional approach, what I did when I was programming was break it down into my head and break it right down to its most basic elements. Work out what elements were being reproduced and hive them off into their own subroutines and just call them from within other subroutines who themselves would then be called from multiple other locations depending on the situation. So in effect, object-oriented programming, as objects interact, scripts fire off, just without the objects you've got to manually control it using subscripts. And mine became so complex because I was writing and learning as I was going that I handed my project in. And my friend said, I didn't know at the time, my friend said he went in one day and my computer teacher was trying to grade my project and he had his head in his hands like this and he was going, I don't understand how this program works. I know it works. I can see that it works. I just can't see how it works. Because he couldn't understand the program, he marked me down. But the program got sent off to independent examiners, and I got marked back up again, and I picked up an A star for my program. But yeah, unfortunately that was one of the perils of growing up in a fairly depressed part of the UK. I lived in a very deprived area growing up. I still do. And our school was like really, really rough. I didn't see a textbook in any subject until I was 14. And even then it was like one textbook for every 3 pupils. And they were held together with sellotape. Before that, textbooks, there was like one textbook for each subject. and the teacher would photocopy what was needed and just hand out the photocopies to students. The problem is photocopy toner, well, it's expensive now. It was a fortune back then. So every term, they'd run out of photocopy tuner, couldn't afford to replace it. And so my history teacher would get out this ancient mimeograph machine with this really purple ink and hand crank out copies of notes. And I think I am one of the last pupils around to know what mimeograph ink smells like. Oh, nice. I've never tinkered with the Doom engine. Doom came out just at the point as I was wrapping up my level project and going off to uni. And because I was going off to uni for geology, I then didn't go back into computers until 2005, I think, would be the next time I touched a PC. It was a long time, I do know that. Yeah, still can't type. Now, this is how I end up so quick on the vote results. So, I pre-time them in. Not quite. Please, not right. Margin, audio. Labour has blank, blank, blank. I don't know yet. Blank, blank, blank. I don't know what that means either. But anyway, that's preloaded in. Oh, the tellers are up, right. So that means the vote result is really quick. It's going to be quite interesting to see the margin on this vote. The question is, I mean, as I've said in my thread, is Labour going to continue to abstain? Which indicates more of a war footing that they're preparing for an early election, or are they going to move to an aggressive defeat of a government, which says they're going for the longer game of a definite post 31st October election? And the commentators are speaking of conference. I am actually off to the Lib Dem conference on September. On Friday, which is September, of course. No, I'm going on Friday to meet up with some very good friends, give lots of hugs. Sadly, I fear maybe saying goodbye to some as well. I would honestly like to say I hope not, but, well, maybe. I am really gonna have to make sure I get to stay in touch with them. Parliament is not messing about. See, that's the problem. It's really hard to tell. Lib Dem conference is really good at hugs, but we've got this, like, at least within the LGBT plus grouping, we've got this thing about making sure you get, like, permission before you hug anyone. Which is why, if you ever notice on Twitter, I ask people if it's okay to hug them, because I like to carry that through. I think it's a nice touch. I think it helps cement the boundaries of consent just to make sure that people are okay with physical contact. So, and we almost have a vote result. The tellers are lined up. Labour still abstained. And that is 247.
Order! Order!
The ayes to the right, 293. The noes to the left, 46. Less than last time.
Manoeuvre, how do I spell manoeuvre? Badly. Very badly.
Noes to the left, 46. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. However, I say by way of explanation, for those who observe our proceedings, and the nods suggest they're well ahead of me, the majority does not satisfy the requirements of the Fixed Term Parliaments Act for the purpose of engendering the election that some seek. I am simply the messenger, and I've reported the facts, and I'm glad that the matter is of interest to those who are looking upstairs, and thank you very much indeed. Order. Point of order, the Prime Minister.
I'm going to describe Johnson in fairly scathing, pithy terms while I'm from
To trust the people, but once again the opposition think they know better.
Candle wax.
The British Prime Minister to go through a vital negotiation without the power to walk away. They want to delay Brexit yet again without further reference to those who voted for it, handing over to Brussels an extra £250 million a week for no purpose, enough to upgrade more than 5 hospitals or train 5,000 new nurses. And most egregiously of all, not only have they refused to choose the way ahead, they have now twice denied the British people their say in an election. The House cannot choose, it will not let anyone else choose, Mr. Speaker. It resolves only to be irresolute, decides only to be undecided, determined to dither adamant for drift, and so now the House will move to adjourn and resume the state opening and the Queen's speech on October the 14th. And I hope the opposition will use that time to reflect. Meanwhile, this government will press on with negotiating a deal. While preparing to leave without one. And I will go to that crucial summit in Brussels on October the 17th. And no matter how many devices this Parliament invents to tie my hands, I will strive, Mr. Speaker, to get an agreement in the national interest.
Still using my old comma shotgun.
This government will not delay Brexit any further. We will not allow the emphatic verdict of the referendum to be slowly suffocated by further calculated drift and paralysis. And while the opposition run from their duty to answer to those who put us here, they cannot hide forever. The moment will come The moment will come when the people will finally get their chance to deliver their verdict, Mr. Speaker, on how faithfully this House executed their wishes. And I am determined that they will see that it was this government that was on their side.
Yes, a bloviating, blustering buffoon sums him up perfectly. Right, well, thank you for coming along for the, like I say, the tweet, the thread, the, what the hell is this? It's a stream, that's what it is. Sorry, that is the very last of the, bottle of wine I've just drunk, so I am very definitely the wind. But yes, thank you for coming along. The bread roll was excellent because I make my own bread, so it's bound to be. I am going to call it a night here. I'm not sure when my next thread is. I don't know that there's anything on the books for tomorrow. The government's got Wednesday 11 PM to comply with the motion tonight, so I imagine there could be things kicking off Thursday. I might be on with the thread there, but otherwise I'm going to be doing, I mean, if not, I'll be doing this. I'm going to be streaming Divinity Original Sin because I am determined to finish that game. But thanks everyone. Thank you, Rick the X-Man, and I'm going to call it a night. Peace out, y'all.